Part 78. I'm Really Immortal. Author, Chulian Kuikan Rusiahua. Chapter 795. Lu Chang'an looked at the white bones left on the ground. The bones of a normal human are between 204 and 305. The bone structure of this water monkey is obviously very different from that of normal humans. After taking a look, it was only 140 yuan. The water monkey did not have many ribs. The two ribs on the chest tightly protected the internal organs like a chest protector, and the spine was a whole strip of cartilage. After this cartilage loses its vitality, it becomes stiff and brittle, and it seems that it will turn into ashes with ordinary rubbing. The fact that the spine is cartilage does not prevent the water monkey from supporting the body upright. Its waist has a cylindrical bone structure that not only protects the internal organs, but also supports the body. It has only 4 skull bones, no sphenoid bone and occipital bone, and an unexpected number of hyoid bones. It must be that its tongue must be very powerful and very popular with female water monkeys. There are not many bones in the limbs. Normal people have 64 upper limb bones, while water monkeys only have more than 30. The humerus on the arm is about the same thickness as the femur on the thigh. What fun! Pack these bones and courier them to room 2207, number 11 Dayton Road, NY, Chaoyang East District, the capital, and note water monkey for identification, Lu Chang'an said to Li Hongfang. Naturally, he was very interested in studying the living water monkey. If it's just bones, it's not as valuable for research as dinosaur fossils. The bones in front of me are indeed more like fossils. They don't have the feeling of fresh bones at all. They are more like bone models simply made of lime. Shangguan Dandan is really too much. This is really eating other people's food and leaving only the bones and dregs, without any nutrients left in the bones. This is even more excessive than some animals gobbling up their prey, because after the animal swallows the prey, there will eventually be a lot of indigestible bones. The excreted bones are still very nutritious, and they can still be washed and stewed. It's fragrant bone broth. The bones of the water monkey in front of you are stewed in soup, which is no different from the stones stewed in soup. Can't you stay and make soup? Li Hongfang felt a little regretful, but obeyed Lu Chang'an's arrangement. I'll go deliver the goods at dawn. What kind of essence can there be in this? There is no essence left. You'd better cut down the trees and survive. Lu Chang'an shook his head. As expected of a grave digger, who in the normal world would see the bones left by a humanoid creature growing. Soup ideas. Even if it is monkey bone soup, not many people can eat it without diaphragm. Can these bones be shipped? Li Hongfang was a little worried that he would not be able to complete the task. According to the domestic mail processing rules of the Ministry of Posts and Telecommunications, these are items that hinder public health. Corpses, ashes, animal organs, limbs, and bones cannot be sent by express delivery. Of course, foods such as pigs, cattle, and sheep are not included in this list. Lu Chang'an thought about it. I thought, you can make these bones into model specimens and ship them in the name of model toy. I know, as expected of brother Lu. I didn't expect it. Li Hongfang walked to the pile of bones, planning to hide them first and go back to get something to put them away later. Different from the impression of most ordinary people who have never dug up other people's ancestral graves to find treasures, Li Hongfang actually often uses express delivery in this industry. For some antiquities that are not easily damaged, it is actually not the best choice to carry them with you for delivery. The efficiency is low, the risk is high, and you often encounter various inspections. Just package these things, find a courier and label them as handicrafts, and seriously guarantee the price to tens of thousands or 10,000 yuan. Express delivery has no ability and no need to check the authenticity of things. The probability of loss and damage of insured express delivery is much lower than sending someone to deliver the goods by means of transportation. Of course, there was no way to express things like living coffins, living dead, and wet corpses, so Shang Guandandan was escorted all the way by Qin Peng. Li Hongfang didn't expect that Lu Chang'an could even explain the rules for handling emails in detail. Can you not admire him? All admiration comes from the bottom of my heart. You now have the battle suit left by Sunangziu. This suit is very powerful. I have tested it before and know its capabilities quite well. Lu Chang'an found that Li Hongfang was a little regretful that the bones could not be used to make soup, and explained, "It's like a strange beast of the water monkey's level is no match for you. I'm not very good at using it yet." The electronic document of the instructions for using the combat suit is several hundred gigabytes long. The internet speed where I used to live is too slow, so I haven't read it yet. There is also a VR learning system, but I haven't had time to learn it yet. Li Hongfang, she looked at her combat suit, straightened her chest, and twisted her waist. One of the reasons why she liked this combat suit so much was that it was very sexy and perfectly fit her toned and plump lower body curves. Li Hongfang has already experienced its protective capabilities. When Lu Chang'an kicked him into the wall of the tomb and couldn't dig it out, his buttocks hurt, but his body was fine. It sounds quite fun. Lu Chang'an is very interested in this high-tech product. A woman with a good figure wears this kind of combat uniform with a sense of combat power combined with soft curves. It looks very fun, to evaluate it objectively. How does the technological level of Rodinia continental civilization compare with the Stark group? It should be that the technological level of Rodinia continental civilization is higher. After all, things like the Eternal Cabinet are too unbelievable. Oh, no, Rodinia is trapped on Earth. Li Hongfang's combat uniform also comes from the Rodinian continental civilization, and his use of materials is superb, beyond Lu Chang'an's ability to understand. After all, the progress of materials science is advancing by leaps and bounds under the modern scientific and technological system. No matter how much experience has been accumulated in the past, it is nothing compared to the results of modern research and development. Although Lu Chang'an lived a long time, he only followed the progress of human civilization. He still had a lot to learn. Study hard, improve every day. Brother Lu, do you want to try it on? Li Hongfang asked with sparkling eyes. The owner's body curves are also extremely beautiful, especially the back view, which is more touching than back view. I tried it. Lu Chang'an shook his head. He was just interested. What interested him was the level of technology it represented, not how powerful it was. No matter how powerful it is, it's just like that. Even Tesla was slapped into the Antarctic ice cap by the dragon's claw. Li Hongfang was able to obtain this combat suit by chance, and was able to join the 9 provinces Fenglai sword sect and become a real combat force. This kind of combat effectiveness refers to the ability to directly participate in actions, such as being able to follow Lu Chang'an tonight. Although she didn't do much, she was better able to use it immediately when necessary than Zhu Huntang's calling people superpower. As for Qin Yanan, apart from not hurting her hands when chopping vegetables, Lu Chang'an has never seen her use other abilities. Lu Chang'an checked Qin Yanan's body and found that her physique had been transformed to be very strong, far exceeding that of strange beasts such as water monkeys. But she was raising her fetus in the mountains all day long, thinking about her gestational sac, hoping that she would end up fighting, and maybe even resenting Lu Chang'an for not caring about her being a pregnant woman. What happened tonight is considered a meritorious service on your part. Continue to pay attention to similar situations in the future. Lu Chang'an praised. The sudden death of the water monkey makes it impossible for us to immediately trace the appearance of the alien beasts, but the appearance of the alien beasts is certainly not isolated. In the future we will meet again, just investigate slowly. Lu Chang'an is always calm when doing things. It should have been expected that the water monkey was directly eaten by Shang Guandandan. It was also his negligence not to prepare a plan to deal with it in advance. It didn't matter much, Lu Chang'an didn't care about his negligence, not to mention that he also successfully observed some characteristics of Shang Guandandan, a mysterious creature. Now he is concerned about the sudden appearance of strange beasts. These things were widespread in the mythical era, but have basically disappeared after the era corresponding to the so-called Nwa mending the sky. Dragons and phoenixes both died out in that era. What qualifications do other strange beasts have to continue to be active in the world? Now that alien beasts have appeared again, it means that they did not really die out at that time. Combined with the revival mentioned by the water monkey just now, it can be judged that they did not become extinct after that mythical era, but fell into a state of dormancy. Traces of activity disappeared, but life continued. Why did they disappear in the first place? Where have they been hiding for so many years? Were there certain types of them that were active in history and did certain things during this period? Why are they becoming active now? To be able to encounter one on the riverside of an ordinary city is enough to show how active they are. Only if there are enough, will people encounter them by chance. Lu Chang'an looked at the Xiangjiang River at night. It turned out that the reason why he encountered water monkeys here was because the factory was close to the water. I will definitely do it. I will go online today to look up some strange things that have happened recently. By the way, there has always been a dog barking near Lushan campus in the past 2 days. Li Hongfang was encouraged and said enthusiastically. But it was so loud that the whole Hexie could hear it. Some people on the internet said it was a dragon's roar, but based on the situation tonight, I think it was also a strange beast, a dog-like beast, such as the roaring dog. Brother Lu, think about it, this water monkey is infusing essence. Is this dog-like beast doing something similar? Li Hongfang raised his head and looked at the sky, recalling the words that echoed in the sky. Howling. Lu Chang'an looked at Li Hongfang coldly. Someone actually called him a dog in front of him. Exotic beasts, they are also animals. The characteristic of animals is that when spring is coming, the desire to reproduce increases, so this water monkey is messing around here, and the dog also wants to mess around, so it howls and barks, to summon the same kind. Li Hongfang had an idea. Brother Lu, do you think if I lead a beautiful female dog at night, will I lure it out? Lu Chang'an frowned. If he hadn't praised and encouraged her just now, he didn't want to slap himself in the face. Li Hongfang has now become almost like a water monkey. Li Hongfang, have you ever heard of the saying that talking too much leads to mistakes? You can eat whatever you want, but you can't say anything. Have you ever heard of this? Lu Chang'an put Shang Guandandan in his arms behind his back. Carrying it on his back, he calmly lifted Li Hongfang up with one hand and relied on his strong emotional control ability to prevent her from being thrown into the Xiangjiang River. Brother Lu, what did I say wrong? Li Hongfang said fearfully. Lu Chang'an's calm look was exactly the same as when he kneaded the 4 poisonous insects into meat paste. You'd better make up for your mistakes and find some useful information. As for Longyan near Lushan University Town, you don't need to investigate. Go investigate other things. Lu Chang'an let go of his hand and let out a long breath. There is nothing that can be done now. Thing is, who allowed the entire Zhuzhu Fenglai sword sect to have only one usable talent like Li Hongfang? When Li Hongfang landed, he was nervous and a little inexplicably excited. Lu Chang'an's momentum reminded people of the saying a companion to a king is like a tiger to a companion. He had such a suffocating and intimidating power that made people tremble with fear and fear. Admire. I know Li Hongfang didn't dare to ask what he said wrong, but was a little confused. What I saw last time was one red and one white. The one in red was this water monkey. Could the one in white be a water monkey, ordinary people or something like that? Or some other strange beast? Li Hongfang suspected that her remarks about water monkeys and dogs howling under the influence of spring had caused Lu Chang'an's displeasure. However, she did not give up her speculations and judgments, and even deduced more possibilities. For example, the dog in white clothes may be the dog who received the essence infusion from the water monkey. As for why the dog received the essence infusion from the water monkey, it is not surprising. This kind of cross-species behavior is relatively common in nature. For example, Li Hongfang knew that the logo of Penguin Company is the Adelie penguin, which has widespread cross-species behavior. Combining the location of the so-called dragon roar over Lushan University town with the location where the red and white strange beast was infused with essence that he photographed, Li Hongfang was even certain that it must be the dog monster that was infused with essence by the water monkey monster. In the Yuan dynasty, he was too excited and howled, so he made a cry that resounded throughout Hexi. Maybe there is a sadomasochistic love story in it that Li Hongfang didn't have time to make up. Lu Chang'an's power of accompanying a king is like accompanying a tiger makes Li Hongfang dare not tell his reasoning now. It's really strange, every time his rigorous reasoning is always not recognized by Brother Lu, which makes Li Hongfang feel a little uncomfortable. Dare to show your grievances. If you dare to say that the man in white is the one in Longjian at Lushan campus, you will die. Lu Chang'an glanced at Li Hongfang and felt that she had something stupid to say in her heart, so she warned him angrily. Li Hongfang was frightened for a moment, and then stood up straight with her legs together. She had been frightened by Shang Guandandan and was a little incontinent just now, and now she was even more frightened. Brother Lu was Brother Lu, and he couldn't hide anything he thought from him. Tonight's events ended here. Li Hongfang was going back to the hotel to get a package to contain the bones of the water monkey. Lu Chang'an was carrying Shang Guandandan and slowly walked towards the east of the river. The clouds in the sky were like cotton soaked in ink, covering the entire night. Lu Chang'an walked out of the underground passage in Rongwan town and walked to the Xiangjiang River Bridge. There are not many vehicles, but you can feel the vibration of the tires rolling over the road under your feet. This old bridge is old-fashioned and reliable, just like how many people feel about this city. Many people like to choose an iconic symbol for the city they live in or the place they like. When talking about Junsha, some people will mention Stinky Tofu, some will mention the Fire Palace, some will mention the torch of the train station, and more people will mention Tehuza's Hutu, Iwan Pavilion, Yuelu Academy, etc. Lu Chang'an will mention the Xiangjiang River Bridge. He likes this bridge, which was built by the people of that era by carrying it on their shoulders during their spare time as farmers and workers. He held the soft Shang Guandandan with one hand and stroked the solid bridge with the other hand, and walked back home. After putting Shang Guandandan on her own bed, Shang Guandandan opened her eyes again and saw that it was Lu Chang'an. She raised her hand to touch his head, but she closed her eyes again in confusion. It fell down and continued to sleep peacefully. PGMYP. I'm really immortal. Author, Chulian Kui Kan Ru Xiahua. Chapter 796. Lu Chang'an looked at Shang Guan sleeping soundly and did not leave immediately. A young man with clean skin, thick black hair, a tall and slender figure, and a slightly raised mouth stood beside the bed. He pressed his fingers gently and turned on the bedside lamp. The orange light is not dazzling, but it reflects her fair face with a slightly pink feeling. Her neat bangs cast a slight shadow, her clear and moist lips are bright red, and the pear beside the corner of her mouth is the vortex appears as if something good happened in a dream, such as grabbing a handful of good cards. Such a scene looks good and beautiful, but for most people, it is a very scary thing to suddenly wake up in the middle of the night and find a person standing next to the bed staring at them. It's very different than waking up with someone in your arms. Lu Chang'an stood for a while, but Shang Guandandan did not open his eyes again, so he turned his head and looked at the room. Compared with when he first lived here, the layout of the room was very different. The feeling was different. The original simplicity had turned into a crowded and cramped feeling. No wonder she spent most of her time playing upstairs except sleeping. It's no wonder that others were there. Who asked her to place a TV set like a wall here? The electric cars also need to be moved in, and the small tables and stools that Zhou Dongdong picked up before and asked Lu Chang'an to repair are also moved here? Even the thermos bottle that she forgot to take out today and placed on the bedside felt like it was taking up a lot of space. Of course, the thing that took up the most space was the bronze coffin. Lu Chang'an had removed the door before moving it in. Lu Chang'an wanted to suggest that she move the single bed out and it would be better to sleep in the coffin. This not only makes the space in the room wider, but also maintains the persona of her zombie old lady. The personas that many people appear in often become weaker as the plot develops and the characters become more mature, and they are even forgotten. Some regrets. Lu Chang'an walked to the coffin and once again looked at its exquisite carvings and lacquer patterns. He couldn't see anything special about it, so he picked it up. Holding the coffin and walking a few steps in the room, spinning it like a pencil case in his hand, Lu Chang'an played with one of Shang Guandandan's treasures for a while. He felt bored and was ready to go back to sleep. Shang Guandandan's current treasures include coffins, mobile phones, thermos kettles, televisions, small stoves, kettles, etc., in no particular order. Lu Chang'an turned his head and took a last look. When he saw the cosmetics placed by Shang Guandandan on the desk, he couldn't help but curl his lips slightly. The night passed quickly. Shang Guandandan woke up in the morning, reached out and touched it, and found his thermos on the bedside, so he grabbed it and held it in his arms. The most beloved owl, Shang Guandandan forgot to take it out yesterday. I felt a little neglected and a little guilty. I rubbed my face affectionately with it a few times, hugged it and slept for a while, and then took my mobile phone from my sleeve pocket. Take it out. Why didn't you take off your clothes to sleep last night? Shang Guandandan thought for a moment, and memories related to last night came to his mind. It turned out that he was carried back by a moth and put on the bed. Shang Guandandan shook his head with satisfaction. Because he was lying down, nodding was not very convenient. He would hold her and put her on the bed, which fully demonstrated his love and filial piety without taking off her clothes without authorization. It also showed that under the education of the core socialist values, he had reborn as a person and learned the principles of ordinary human ethics. Since there was no way to rebuild the Han Empire, the Queen Mother had no choice but to accept the core socialist values. It was a bit reluctant, but she felt that it contained many profound principles related to national policies and people's livelihood, just like when Shang Guandandan was studying the governance experience of previous emperors in the Viang Palace. We'll also have some insights. I recalled that when I ascended to the position of Queen Mother, the Han dynasty had already abandoned the idea of ruling by doing nothing and continued the active and proactive idea of Emperor Wu's dynasty. As the country became stronger and the power of the vassal states expanded, an era when land annexation was intense and the Huns were infested, the Han dynasty's governance strategy was generally more appropriate. If at that time I had obtained some ideological works after 2000 and made changes to adapt to the times, I might have been able to make the Han dynasty better. When King Changji came to Beijing, Shang Guandandan also placed his hope on mother and son to work together, not only to consolidate the power of the royal family, but also to govern the country better. Unfortunately, King Changji was a complete bastard. After more than 2,000 years, he finally grew up. Shang Guandandan shook his head with satisfaction, then sat up and prepared to do the first thing in the morning, boil water. The weather was a little cold, and you could hear the sound of rain outside the door. Maybe the air was too humid, making all the sounds soft. Shangwen's ears moved and he looked at the water line in the circle. The glass window fell down, and he opened his mouth and let out a breath, wondering if he had any meat buns to eat this morning. Opening the door a little, Shang Guandandan tilted his head, exposed his two eyes through the crack, and observed the world outside. The ground was wet, and there were not many floor tiles left around the sycamore tree. Most of them were traces left by Lu Chang'an and Zhou Dongdong digging around. There were no Lu Chang'an and Zhou Dongdong outside, and Shang Guandandan did not go out either. Just open the door completely and change the air in the room. He took out a few pieces of charcoal from the snakeskin bag behind the door, lit it, put it in the small stove, and put in the half-burned briquettes. Shang Guan nodded calmly. If Zhu Huntang were here, he would definitely be amazed by the Queen Mother. Capable. Sister Dandan. At this time, Zhou Dongdong ran down and stopped with his heels in front of a row of raindrops. He looked angrily at the seemingly endless rain. For children, rainy days mean that they cannot go out to play. You can only stay at home, mostly you are not allowed to watch TV, or you have to do a lot of homework before you can watch TV. She took 2 cartons of milk and moved to Shang Guan Dandan's door next to the wall. Then she jumped in and handed a carton to Shang Guan Dandan. Sister Dandan, are you Sun Wukong today? Zhou Dongdong said enviously. Although sometimes Zhou Dongdong is a small plane, sometimes he is the People's Liberation Army, and sometimes he is Sun Wukong, a child who cannot do magic. Zhou Dongdong, a primary school student who has been in elementary school for 1 semester, often knows that he is actually just an ordinary child. Can't fly, isn't very powerful, and certainly doesn't know magic. But Sister Dandan is different. Sister Dandan can be whatever she wants, just like the real thing. For example, now Sister Dandan has become the real Sun Wukong. Although she didn't quite understand why Zhou Dongdong said she was Sun Wukong today, Shang Guan Dandan still nodded seriously. At the same time, he wrapped Zhou Dongdong with his hair, lifted him up, and placed him on the bench to sit next to her. Zhou Dongdong laughed happily a few times, and looked at the rain outside the door with Shang Guan Dandan, sucking milk to make his cheeks bulge. The flames of the small stove illuminated the furnace wall red, and there were flickering orange flames. Shang Guan Dandan looked at it and saw that the briquettes did not produce a blue flame, which meant that even if it burned most vigorously, its firepower was limited. It's probably just enough to boil this pot of water. Thinking that the champagne Li Hongfang bought for him would be delivered today, Shang Guan Dandan was in a good mood again. He had been in a daze after drinking wine last night, a bit like the time he accidentally drank Jingyuan wine in Viang Palace. Li Hongfang is actually not bad, and he looks good at raising children, but Lu Chang'an probably doesn't mean that. He is very superficial. He first looks at his face, then his body, and he is also very picky. Thinking about it, after living for so many years, I have seen many interesting souls, lived with many people, and experienced the joy, boredom, dullness, and restlessness of interacting with people of various personalities. I finally returned to initial state. This is probably the famous 3-level realm. At this time, Shang Guan Dandan's cell phone rang. She now had 2 cell phones. The thrifty Queen Mother did not throw away the cell phone Lu Chang'an wanted to use to exchange coffins with her after getting the e-phone X from Zhu Huntang. Now of course Shang Guan Dandan knows the value of mobile phones. The mobile phone given by Zhu Huntang is more expensive than her electric pony car, but the one given by Lu Chang'an is much cheaper. Thinking about it, I feel a little angry. He actually wanted to use such a cheap mobile phone to exchange her precious little coffin with her. He was really good at scheming against the Queen Mother as always. Fortunately, Shang Guan Dandan was not successfully schemed by him again. It can be considered that he has made some progress. After all, he used to rob her of her pony carriage. Sister Dandan, why don't you answer the phone? Zhou Dongdong took Shang Guan Dandan's mobile phone from the bedside. When Shang Guan Dandan was drinking milk, she didn't want to move or answer the phone. When Zhou Dongdong brought it over, she took a look and saw that it was her favorite daughter-in-law Yaya calling, so she should answer it. Dandan, are you awake? Qin Yinan asked anxiously. Shang Guan Dandan was a little confused, because Qin Yinan's anxious tone seemed more like a deliberate expression after adjusting his mood to calm down. Then did you wake up and wash your face and brush your teeth? Qin Yinan asked tentatively. Shang Guan Dandan was a little more confused and shook his head. Then he realized that Qin Yinan couldn't see the way he shook his head. But since he had already shaken his head, Qin Yanan must have understood what she meant and there was no need to say anything. Dan Dan, don't go out. Go wash your face and brush your teeth first. Don't be angry if anything happens. I'm free today. I'll come over and go shopping with you later. Spring models are now on sale. Let's go buy clothes, bags, and shoes. Qin Yanan, sure enough. Realization came through, and there was a soothing gentleness in his voice. Okay, Shang Guandandan nodded majestically over the phone. Shopping for clothes, Shang Guandandan discovered that in modern society, apart from some monster-like styles, there were also some styles that she liked. Like Lu Chang'an, she has actively and correctly integrated into modern life. Of course, she has an aesthetic that keeps pace with the times. Girls all need bags. Shang Guandandan looked at her sleeve pockets, which can be carried daily. It has the function of the product, but it can't fit your own thermos. After thinking about it, I was carrying a big bag with a thermos bottle stuffed straight inside, and riding my own electric pony carriage. The little Queen Mother had a lot of majesty. Shang Guandandan had just stood up when the phone rang again. This time it was Zhu Huntang calling. Dandan, someone painted your face like Sun Wukong. It must be Lu Chang'an who did it. Beat him quickly. He will scream. Zhu Huntang was not like Qin Yanan, her tone was full of inciting anger. Shang Guandandan was stunned for a moment, then turned to look at Zhou Dongdong. Zhou Dongdong's expression was still very normal, because in Zhou Dongdong's eyes, it was not strange or ridiculous for Sister Dandan to turn into Sun Wukong. Things. No wonder when Zhou Dongdong saw Shang Guandandan in the morning, he said that Shang Guandandan was Sun Wukong today. Shang Guandandan quickly went to look in the mirror. What appeared in the mirror was not the kind, upright, elegant and majestic, beautiful and lovely Queen Mother at all, but a Sun Wukong with a face like a flower butt. A black circle was drawn in the center of Shang Guandandan's forehead, surrounded by thundercloud patterns. A circle around the eyes, the entire triangle of the bridge of the nose, and around the lips were smeared with bright red. The rest of the cheeks were smeared with thick powder. The face is exactly the same as the image of Sun Wukong in those Peking opera or craft masks. Ah! Ah! Shang Guandandan rushed to her desk and saw that a lot of her cosmetics were consumed. Shang Guandandan rarely put on makeup, but she cherished these cheap cosmetics that she and Zhou Shuling bought together. The price was not expensive, Zhou Shuling said, very useful. Lu Chang'an. This must have been done by Lu Chang'an. Shang Guan was so angry that he felt as if he had eaten many strange beasts, and his chest was swollen. But how did Qin Yanan and Zhu Huntang know about it after Lu Chang'an painted her face to look like the thunder god monk? Shang Guandandan quickly took his cell phone and took a look at his WeChat moments. It turned out that after Lu Chang'an painted her like this, he also took pictures of her and sent them to his WeChat moments. This is no less a prank than the bloody night in Vyang Palace. Shang Guandandan decided to follow suit, and he had to make Lu Chang'an even uglier and more ugly. Thinking of this, Shang Guandandan came upstairs and rushed into Lu Chang'an's room, only to find that Lu Chang'an was no longer in the room. Hucha, Shang Guandandan was so angry, but he didn't call Lu Chang'an. He would always come back. After Yaya took him to buy clothes, bags, and shoes today and calmed down, he would let Yaya scold him with him. Maybe we can call Xiao Tang. Forget it, she will only fan the flames and hide behind to plot against Lu Chang'an. If they really want to unite to attack Lu Chang'an, Zhu Huntang's combat effectiveness will not be as good as Lu Xin. Dongdong's mother is not good either. In front of Lu Chang'an, she is just a little daughter-in-law who obeys every word and has a low eyebrow. Shang Guandandan went back downstairs. Zhou Dongdong had finished drinking the milk and was playing with Shang Guandandan's other mobile phone. Shang Guandandan looked at his coffin, then at Zhou Dongdong, and thought of a plan. You are listening to novels at Bless Up channel. Wish you happiness and luck. Please subscribe to receive new novels. How do you feel about this novel? Please like and leave a comment. I'm really immortal. Author, Julian Kuiken Rusiahua. Chapter 797. As a creature that has traversed the earth for countless years, Lu Chang'an is fearless. Lu Chang'an got up very early today simply because he woke up and went out for a walk. There was no other reason. I haven't had breakfast outside for a long time, so I walked around for a while and watched the chef fry fried dough sticks in a breakfast shop along the street. The fried dough sticks go from soft flour noodles to expand after entering the oil pan, and the surface hardens immediately, so that the fried dough sticks will not expand to explode. It is very particular to fry the fried dough sticks to make them loose and crispy. The old chef knows how to do it very well, so Lu Chang'an decided to have breakfast just eat fried dough sticks. Fried dough sticks are yellow and fragrant. Facts have proved that most yellow things in the world are good things, such as the sun, gold, and GHS. The freshly baked fried dough sticks are very delicious, fluffy, and soft, full of aroma, plus a portion of salty tofu, a mouthful of fried dough sticks and a mouthful of tofu. The enjoyment of the food will immediately make you feel happy. After eating these, it is also a pleasure to serve a cup of sweet tofu with a little sugar as a balance. The rain hadn't stopped yet. Lu Chang'an scratched his hair, water droplets splashed. Even though he was wet, Lu Chang'an didn't plan to go home for the time being. Life is not only about comfort and ease worth pursuing. Without the pressure of hunger and cold, many people will occasionally be moved by the cold spring brought by the slanting wind and drizzle, and come up with some humming poems. Lu Chang'an didn't moan, he just stood in the wind and rain and sang Sailor. In fact, he wanted to sing Xiao Fang, but now singing this song is easy to get scolded and popularized, so he stopped singing. It's rare that he doesn't have the urge to recite a poem today. This means that the inherent habit formed in him since the birth of poetry has been impacted, and he has also suppressed the impulse caused by such a habit. Lu Chang'an is very satisfied with himself, because being able to change his habits naturally is a manifestation of strong will. Most people have their lives controlled by habits throughout their lives. Lu Chang'an, what are you doing? Lu Chang'an turned around and found Zhongqing holding an umbrella and looking at him with a look that looked crazy. Do you think I'm crazy? Lu Chang'an slowly walked to Zhongqing's umbrella and said. The umbrella held by Zhongqing did not move. She stepped back a little under the umbrella, and was forced to give Lu Chang'an a little shelter from the rain. Does he still need an umbrella now? Zhongqing raised her hand to prevent him from touching her and getting her carefully matched uniform wet. In fact, it was when Zhongqing turned his head that she changed the way she looked at him, because in the eyes of a woman, the scene of a man with messy and wet hair, an attractive profile and posture, singing in a low voice in the rain. It's very attractive, and the look in his eyes is certainly different. Women are naturally easily moved and aroused by many things that can usually be understood as pretentious, artificial, and staged. What's more, the man in front of her is not deliberately doing so, but can easily stir up the various emotions that already exist in women's hearts. Actually, neuropathy refers to the pathological characteristics of anatomical peripheral nerve damage. Pain, numbness, and paralysis are all symptoms of neuropathy. In daily life, when people say that a person is neurotic, he does not actually mean the pain of neuropathy, but the pain of neuropathy. Mental illness with psychotic symptoms. Lu Chang'an continued. Who doesn't know? But you said this yourself. I didn't say you were crazy. Zhongqing smiled. The meeting outside the museum last year was the first time Zhongqing had formal contact with Lu Chang'an. Facing himself at that time, the first thing Lu Chang'an said to her was, "Would you like to buy some mustard greens?" I still remember it so clearly, and I didn't expect that I would remember the scene and conversation so clearly when I recalled it. At that time, I felt that he was crazy, but now that I think about it, I felt some indescribable interesting feelings in my heart, or something else. Let's use the word interesting to describe it. If he could go back to that day, he would probably buy all those mustard greens as compensation for his bad impression of him and his attempt to smear his image. This is just a small amount of compensation. After all, Zhongqing still has some things that she can't let go of. The slap that knocked her unconscious in the hotel is a lifelong shame for a woman. Zhu Huntang may not know Lu Chang'an took out his mobile phone and looked at it. There was no call or text message. He felt that he didn't want to go home yet. I didn't teach her yesterday, and I happen to be free today. Yan Qingcheng arranged it. When is the makeup class? Zhongqing flipped through Zhu Huntang's schedule. Well, I just made up classes in the evening. Yan Qingcheng has joined the student union of your college. There are any work meetings for the beginning of the school year that I have to attend during the day? Okay, I'll go teach her. Lu Chang'an thought that he could finish his class with Zhu Huntang in the morning, have something to eat at noon, and read in Zhu Huntang's library in the afternoon. It's just that he hasn't appreciated Zhu Huntang's work for a long time. Wandering around the library? You're just going to teach her like this? Zhongqing saw Lu Chang'an walking towards Beilong Center and quickly followed him to ask. Zhongqing followed Lu Chang'an. Women were usually tempted by getting wet, but it wasn't like this for a man with a good figure and his clothes were soaked. Zhongqing is also a mature woman. She has said this to Lu Chang'an. Of course, what she said when she was drunk was the truth. Seeing Lu Chang'an's solid and generous back, it was looming under the wet shirt. His muscle lines clung to his pants, and Zhongqing couldn't help but bite his lip. It's not that I have any thoughts about Lu Chang'an, it's just that everyone loves beauty. Seeing such a perfect body, men and women admire it in their hearts. It's a very pure appreciation. I'm not afraid of the cold, and I won't catch a cold. Lu Chang'an refused to go back to change clothes. He decided to go back only in the afternoon. If something happened, he could go back at night. That's how strong-willed a man should be. That's not appropriate either. Why don't you go back and change? Too lazy to go back. Zhongqing suggested a little helplessly. You have to go upstairs anyway, so go to my place and change your clothes first. You want me to wear women's clothing? Lu Chang'an frowned. I don't have such a hobby. The most important thing is that women's clothing must be matched with makeup. What if I show off after putting on makeup and you give birth to a man who looks like a man? It's so beautiful, and my thoughts on what's the point of living as a woman. Haven't I hurt you unintentionally? Zhongqing raised his hand to cover his mouth, and his laughter still spread along the soft and delicate skin on the back of his hand, mixing with the sound of rain under the umbrella. Most of the so-called men look better than women after putting on makeup, which is often just a photo or video effect. It will only make an average-looking woman feel that she is not as feminine as a man. Compared with real beauties, the feeling is it's still far behind. Zhongqing is well informed, and there are many so-called cross-dressers in Taiwan. In addition to Zhu Huntang, of course there are other younger generations in the Zhu family. These people are like those dudes from many wealthy families who are not qualified to participate in the management of the family industry. They play with everything. Those good-looking men are also among the playthings. In fact, this is quite normal. The habit of cutting sleeves has a long history. Good-looking men and good-looking women often have similar fates in life if they don't have the capital to stand on their own. That's right, you are that kind of real beauty. It's really difficult for an adult male with normal male hormone secretion to be more beautiful than you. Lu Chang'an recognized this. The person he had recently come into contact with was a male-to-female transition situation, which was one of his roommates. Qin's Haiqiang used to be fat, and fat people generally have good skin. After losing weight, his skin looks fairer and more delicate than many girls. However, after all, the male hormones secreted affect the physique and body details. You don't need to observe too carefully, it feels a lot different from real girls. On the other hand, there are many teenagers who have just entered puberty and have very immature voices. They can tell whether I am male or female just by putting on women's clothes. You actually still praise people. Zhongqing was a little happy, because his cousin often told him how annoying Lu Chang'an's mouth was, which always hurt others. In fact, during the contact between Zhongqing and Lu Chang'an, he wanted to hear a heartfelt speech from him. It's also hard to praise. I often do things like praising people to spread positive energy. Lu Chang'an nodded. Let me praise you again. Among the ladies who are called aunties in Zhou, you are the youngest. She calls me sister now. One time she even called me a fairy sister. Zhongqing immediately changed his face and glared at Lu Chang'an. The difference between sister and aunt is simply the difference between life and death. Okay, fairy sister. Next time I take her out alone to buy food, she will always call me sister, Zhongqing said to himself. In fact, children as smart as Zhou Dongdong are rare nowadays. Most children of this age are stupid and ignorant. They call Zhongqing auntie non-stop, but few can call her sister. Zhou Dongdong was different. Once, Lu Chang'an took Zhou Dongdong to Zhu Huntang for candy. When he saw Zhongqing first, he called Zhongqing sister. Lu Chang'an had to correct Zhou Dongdong to call her aunt, and said Zhongqing laughed and shook his head. By the way, I'm not asking you to wear women's clothes. The last time you came here, the lifeguard said that you got your clothes wet while diving into the water. Jin Xiaomei asked if you would like to prepare men's clothes. I agreed, but you can't do it at Miss San's residence. You are the only male guest who enjoys this kind of treatment. Jin Xiaomei was not sure about your size, so I went to pick it out. It is still in my room and has not been sent up. Zhongqing explained that she had a size suitable for Lu Chang'an. Reasons for changing menswear. Jin Xiaomei has not yet been able to take charge of her own business. She needs to ask Zhongqing for guidance on many things. A young lady like Zhu Huntang is very detail-oriented. She has professionals helping her with all aspects of life, work, and study. As an assistant, she seems to be just a coordinator. There is an intermediate link, but it is not simple either. Interesting. Lu Chang'an thought of something and smiled. What's interesting? Zhongqing looked at him doubtfully. It's nothing. Lu Chang'an was a polite man who took great care of women's self-esteem and did not say anything. Zhongqing looked at Lu Chang'an suspiciously. She guessed that Lu Chang'an was referring to the fact that last time she was drunk, he sent her back to the room and then she took off her clothes. This time she took him back to the room and asked him to take them off. Clothing. Not sure if he was thinking about these things, Zhongqing rolled his eyes at him angrily, but it was hard to say anything. It was up to him to think whatever he wanted. Anyway, there was nothing wrong with her or something she should be ashamed of. Isn't it normal for a drunk, mature, normal woman to take off her clothes in front of him? What's wrong with a mature, sane, normal woman wanting to take off his clothes? Zhongqing is not a little girl like Bai Hui. She has always been reserved. Her shame and self-esteem are like shy grass, hiding at the slightest touch. Of course, Zhongqing just thinks so. Having such a correct understanding and perspective does not mean that he will take action. Just like many people write novels and like GHS, but the reality is that they are serious people. But how do you know my size accurately? Lu Chang'an and Zhongqing went upstairs. Zhongqing is just an ordinary person, and he is not a master in a tailor shop. He can grasp the other person's body structure data without even looking at it for you to manage. Zhongqing swiped his card and pressed the floor, and sighed softly. Miss Su's residence in the laboratory of Shonan University has a lot of men's clothes inside, which I helped take care of. Lu Chang'an nodded. One time Zhongqing asked him to have barbecue and said something like, "It turns out that there are really people in this world who can live forever." Lu Chang'an knew that from that time on, Su Mei revealed some secrets to Zhongqing. Now Zhongqing knows that Miss Su Sunangxiu is the third wife, and also knows that the third wife is Su Mei, the real ancestor of the Su family and the Zhu family. Even in Antarctica, Su Mei still has strong control over the Zhu family and is still Zhongqing's backer. With Sumei around, Zhongqing can move from the role of assistant to a senior executive. At least within the Zhu family, there is no resistance. Probably because of this, Zhongqing's recent work should be considered smooth, and his whole spirit is a little different from when Sumei was still in Juncha. For example, the black thigh-high stockings she wore today had exquisite and gorgeous gold patterns on the upper edge, which was completely different from the previous uniform style that required low-key and sophisticated style. That's how beautiful women are. If they change a little bit in some details, it seems that the whole person's temperament and charm become different. When she arrived at Zhongqing's suite, she handed her clothes to Lu Chang'an to change into, and then took a few photos. Lu Chang'an didn't care about Zhongqing taking photos. Women like Zhongqing were very measured and would not do anything stupid with his photos. I'm a layman. If you looked like this the first time I saw you, I probably wouldn't meddle in your own business and prevent the third lady from having contact with you. Zhongqing was very satisfied with the clothes he chose. Even if he is not an ambiguous man with whom he has an affair, after helping him choose clothes, it still feels like a sense of accomplishment to see him change his appearance and take on a completely different temperament. This is no different from girls who like to dress up dolls and raise BJD dolls. Zhongqing has no hobby of raising dolls. For mature women who have been single for a long time and are not emotionally desperate for men, raising men may be more interesting. Zhu Huntang actually likes to raise dolls. Shang Guandandan and Zhou Dongdong even went to play in her doll house. The most expensive ball-jointed dolls are very complex in design and production, ranging from tens of thousands to millions of dollars. There are different ways to raise the poor, and there are different ways to raise the rich. Some dolls only cost hundreds or thousands of yuan, just like some puppies only need an internet cable and a lunchbox to raise one. Raising a man like Lu Chang'an, Zhongqing didn't think much about it. After all, this was a wish that even the third wife had not realized. It's my fault. I shouldn't have been met by Zhu Huntang that day. Lu Chang'an frowned. Although he later learned that Lu Jianxi had exposed something, Sumei had already started searching in Juncha. He and the Zhu family, it was only a matter of time before he was implicated again. What's more, Qin Yinan has also arrived in Juncha, and Zhu Huntang is Qin Yinan's best friend. It's hard for Lu Chang'an not to want to hear the bleating sheep. Zhongqing covered his mouth and chuckled. Although the third lady was taken care of by Lu Chang'an as always, Lu Chang'an no longer had the same casual feeling of being familiar with driving and driving with ease before. Finally, he had a headache because of Zhu Huntang. This can be regarded as the achievement of Miss Third. Zhu Huntang has been working hard on how to deal with Lu Chang'an, and his perseverance is not available in other fields of work and study. I hope that my little cousin can also achieve something like Lu Chang'an, but Zhongqing feels that there is not much hope. After all, his figure and appearance are no less than Bai Hui, but he was knocked unconscious by his slap. She didn't know where Bai Hui could start, and Zhongqing was not good at helping Bai Hui with suggestions in this regard. She could only remind Bai Hui, if Zhu Huntang helps give suggestions, it's best not to listen. Thank you. Lu Chang'an put the wet clothes he changed into the dirty clothes basket, and then went to transfer to the elevator to go upstairs. Zhongqing notified Jin Xiaomei, and then sent the photo he just took to Bai Hui. Just like many people like to see selfies of goddesses in their circle of friends, women also like to see photos of handsome guys. Lu Chang'an came upstairs and just stepped out of the elevator. Jin Xiaomei was already waiting next to her with two servants wearing black long skirts and maid uniforms. Miss Third got up early today. I have informed her that you are going to teach her. Please wait in the study. Miss Third will be there soon. Jin Xiaomei and Lu Chang'an walked to the door of the study and said. A plump, round orange cat that moved like a thump came running over. Lu Chang'an recognized it. Bai Hui also helped Zhu Huntang walk the cat. Zhu Huntang raised small animals, but he didn't blindly pursue any rare breeds. This orange cats don't have any good characteristics other than eating more and getting fatter. The orange cat ran to Lu Chang'an and paused. He raised his head and glanced at Lu Chang'an. He didn't pay attention to the ancient dragon. He wagged his tail and jumped into a toy box. His head hit the edge of the box and he failed to take off. The orange cat lay still on the ground, as if he had died of a serious injury. Stupid cat, Lu Chang'an sneered in response to its disrespect for him. After flipping through the books in the study, Zhu Huntang ran in after Jin Xiaomei brought tea. Zhu Huntang actually didn't have a frown on his face, nor did he feel uncomfortable all over. He seemed to have accepted that studying was an unavoidable daily routine. Lu Chang'an was a little confused. "Old man, you're screwed. How dare you do such a prank on Dandan?" Zhu Huntang walked up to Lu Chang'an and ran around him to express his gloating. "Are you afraid to go back, so you came here to teach me?" Zhu Huntang laughed loudly. "It's God's fault, you're struck by lightning, it's your own fault, see." Lu Chang'an was serving tea. His hands shook and a little of the hot tea spilled out. He couldn't help but put down the teacup and turn to look at Zhu Huntang in disbelief. She could always make Lu Chang'an tremble from the bottom of his heart. "You must know that Taishan collapses before it. The color does not change, the elk appears on the left but the eyes do not blink. This is the basic psychological quality of the immortal. If God does evil, you can still violate it. If you do evil on your own, you will not live." "It comes from Shangshu Taijia." Lu Chang'an said calmly, "I hope you remember it clearly and don't change it randomly." "Are you so scared that you stutter?" Zhu Huntang was so proud that he informed Shang Guandandan in time, which seemed to have had a deterrent effect. Shangshu and Shangshu. The first Shangshu is a monk's Shang, and the second Shangshu is a merchant's Shang. After Lu Chang'an explained, he glared at Zhu Huntang. "Where did you learn swear words? You are full of filthy words. You think it's funny? Girls learn swear words, which makes them seem down to earth, especially fairies like me. Occasionally saying one or two swear words will make ordinary people feel close to them." Zhu Huntang didn't take it seriously. "I met An Nuan and Han Ji yesterday, I went shopping with them. Han Ji could also talk about his mother, and An Nuan even learned some curse words in Hokkien from me. It's probably because you said some curse words first, and then the conversation progressed to the point where she and you learned curse words in Hokkien, right?" Lu Chang'an said with certainty. Zhu Huntang was slightly surprised. This bad old man was really like a baby insect in a fairy's belly. "Anyway, she learned from me. She can say it, and I can say it too." Zhu Huntang bravely insists on herself. Although she cannot swear every day in her daily life, she must assert this freedom and power. If you obey him in everything, wouldn't you really become a mount tamed by him? Sheep Mai resolutely resisted. "Where did you learn that?" "Oh, Bai Hui said that she wants to play games with you next time. She will watch the live broadcast to learn the skills, and then she can scream to death." She was watching the live broadcast of her classmates, and some people said on the live broadcast Barrage her classmate was C, so I learned it under Bai Hui's leadership. Zhu Huntang also played this game. It's very simple. Zhu Huntang thinks that she is a Tima expert player. As long as she gets Tima, it's not a waste to hit anyone. Don't say such dirty words in the future. See. Lu Chang'an frowned. Is this sheep going to rebel? See, seeing Lu Chang'an frowning, Zhu Huntang shouted again. You don't seem to be wearing the kind of stockings that can't be ripped apart today, right? Lu Chang'an said in a calm tone. It seems that he has been too gentle to her in recent times. She has forgotten that her little socks and skirt are covered by Destroy the Dead Past. See, Zhu Huntang came close to Lu Chang'an's ear and blew into his ear after speaking. Lu Chang'an grabbed her easily. Zhu Huntang was dancing and dancing, but Lu Chang'an still pinned her down on his knees. He raised his hand and slapped her on the butt. Bang! A dull drum beat. Lu Chang'an was stunned for a moment. Why did the spanking seem to be on a drum? Zhu Huntang was wearing an low skirt today. There were bustles underneath the skirt to support it. Lu Chang'an pulled up the skirt of her skirt and saw that she actually had two tambourines hidden under the skirt and stuck to her buttocks. I'm smart, right? Did you forget to hit me when you saw the drum and couldn't help but think of a drum song? Zhu Huntang lay on Lu Chang'an's lap, turned to look at Lu Chang'an's stupid expression, and said with great pride I heard Qin Yinan say that after you played the drum on her belly, I hatched this plan. I kept using dirty words to provoke you, anger you, and make you fall into my trap. Lu Chang'an threw Zhu Huntang to the ground, and his body felt a familiar feeling, just like the swollen energy and blood in his body when he reshaped his body after jumping from the roof of number 1 Bailong Center last year. Calm down, be calm. Lu Chang'an needs to control his emotions. The last time he suppressed his emotions like this was 100 years ago. Zhu Huntang fell to the ground, and the tambourine on his butt rang twice more. Zhu Huntang was about to shout, but when he saw Lu Chang'an's expression, he felt a little bad. It seemed that he would not play the tambourine uncontrollably, but instead would not play the tambourine uncontrollably. Lamb is cooked into a lamb stew in a controlled manner. So Zhu Huntang climbed out carefully. Zhu Huntang. Zhu Huntang had already crawled to the door. When he heard Lu Chang'an calling him, he paused and quickly speeded up. However, he had no time to climb out and was caught back by Lu Chang'an, who was walking over. Do you know what a gestational sac is? Lu Chang'an looked at her expressionlessly. I know, Yaya told me at first that I thought it was a ginseng wolf, a very energetic pervert or something like that. Later she told me that it was the initial state of a baby, which is the basis for diagnosing pregnancy. In addition to Qin Yinan's introduction, Zhu Huntang also learned some relevant information because she bought a machine to check whether she is pregnant with a baby. Yes, the gestational sac in Qin Yinan's belly needs a lot of nutrients. I plan to use you as a nutritional supplement to her, Lu Chang'an said thoughtfully. This is an excellent plan, because you have been raised to waste, and you must practice a trumpet again, and Qin Yinan's gestational sac is this trumpet, so you can make the most of it. I don't. Zhu Huntang was startled. Although he didn't quite understand, he felt that it was a matter of life and death. This time, he really made the old man crazy. Did he finally commit suicide? Then you will be obedient from now on. Of course it is impossible for Lu Chang'an to actually do this, but this is the only way to scare her. If she is not strictly disciplined, she will definitely act more wantonly and run wild and unscrupulously on the way to try to piss Lu Chang'an to death. Okay, Zhu Huntang knelt on the ground with lingering fear, his hands between his legs, looking obedient. Lu Chang'an picked up the teacup again, not knowing how long she would be good. He didn't think this was her last time to provoke him. Just be good as long as you can, Lu Chang'an thought as he looked at Zhu Huntang, who was kneeling on the ground and looking at him secretly with his eyes turning. Your mother handed you over to me, and I will be responsible for you and study hard. Lu Chang'an's tone was slightly gentler. This gentle tone made him quite unhappy. What was there to be so soft-hearted about? Is she pitiful? That cute and aggrieved look was just an act. Taking advantage of her good behavior today, Lu Chang'an also taught the second chapter of the Book of Songs GE10 without any worries and assigned homework. Finished class. Zhu Huntang held it in for a long time, but couldn't help but ask, do you want to play the drums? Zhu Huntang has already taken off the two tambourines installed on his buttocks. The two tambourines are inlaid on a belt. The belt is also inlaid with carved gold edges and diamonds. They are some of the best goldsmiths in Junsha, whom Zhu Huntang asked. Master, we work together to make it. A slap in the face is enough, why don't you give it a try? Zhu Huntang remembered that time when he attended the comic exhibition with Lu Chang'an and Bai Hui. Lu Chang'an used repay me piao fist on him, but today Zhu Huntang's face felt normal, and he was a little afraid that he would take the opportunity to retaliate, so he was reluctant. Hey! No, Zhu Huntang ran out with the tambourine. Lu Chang'an shook his head, flipped through the book of songs, and found an article to teach her in the next class. He would not follow the order of the book in class, and it was not necessary to learn every article. After giving Zhu Huntang a few lessons, Lu Chang'an also discovered that Zhu Huntang's thinking is very active, but it is easy to go off track. She lacks common sense, especially traditional culture, Chinese classics, and historical knowledge. She has not systematically studied things. It may be related to the fact that Taiwan has spared no effort to desinicize itself over the years, and Sumei has not paid attention to this aspect. After all, Sumei's temperament probably thinks of herself as an international citizen and has never thought about cultivating Zhu Huntang. Sense of national belonging. After many capitalists have a certain amount of capital, they feel that the country imposes more constraints and obligations on them. They do not need the country to provide them with a sense of security and protection. They feel that they have the capital to settle down in any country, and they often end up thinking that they are international citizen illusion. Once arrogance and prejudice are formed, no matter how smart a person is, they will often make stupid choices, say stupid things, and be self-righteous. Until they are severely beaten, they will never understand why they are still being treated as international citizens when they are clearly international citizens. Elite capital and political group exclusion. Sumei and Zhu Huntang are certainly more qualified than these people to become international citizens because they do not need to please or seek to integrate into certain interest groups. If you don't have an armed force that is powerful and enough to make people jealous, don't pretend to be an international citizen. Zhu Huntang can only be educated slowly, after all, he is still young. Lu Chang'an and Sumei have the same view on this. There should be hope. Lu Chang'an thought this and walked out of the study, only to see Bai Hui running over. She was only wearing a suspender nightgown. The hem of the skirt undulates and flutters like white clouds. The rainy weather outside the window and the gray light and shadow make the clouds particularly smooth and soft. Ah, Bai Hui exclaimed, her cheeks turned red, and she quickly raised her hands to cover her chest. Although her outfit today was actually not as revealing as that day by the pool, wearing pajamas and wearing a bikini were of course not the same thing. Hello, seeing her exclaiming, it showed that the relationship between the two was average, not the kind of closeness that could be covered up in embarrassing moments by downplaying it, so Lu Chang'an had no choice but to say hello politely. Hello, Ba, you are such a big-headed ghost. Bai Hui turned around and glared at him angrily. I played here too late last night, so I slept here, and couldn't get up. I know where Xiaotang is, but I didn't expect you to come here. Oh, that's it? I thought you deliberately timed it to launch a mental attack on me in your pajamas, Lu Chang'an said embarrassedly. After all, he had misunderstood me. What kind of mental attack? Bai Hui didn't understand. It can cause people's emotions to rise and fall, cause people to have changes in various secretions including the pituitary gland, and can cause people to have involuntary physical reactions without suffering a direct physical blow. These are all mental attacks. After Lu Chang'an finished speaking, he felt a bit looking at Bai Hui suspiciously. I can't believe you didn't do it on purpose. You have launched mental attacks on me before. Huh? When? Bai Hui was even more confused. What kind of nonsense was Lu Chang'an talking about? She couldn't understand it at all. Her cheeks were red just because of the girl's natural shyness. That night when I sent your cousin to your house, you repeatedly launched mental attacks on me. Lu Chang'an took a long breath and laughed. Fortunately, my mental defense is close to infinite, and a mere little white pig tried to attack me. I launched a spiritual attack, overestimating my own strength. You are a pig, Bai Hui was scolded and angrily hit Lu Chang'an, turned around and ran away holding the hem of his skirt. Her heart was pounding involuntarily. What Lu Chang'an meant was that he could clearly see her little tricks and little thoughts that tried to show off the charm of a girl's figure. Did he understand clearly? But he said that her mental defense was close to infinite. which meant that telling her not to do these things would have no effect on him. Didn't he feel anything at all? Bai Hui pulled on the sling and was a little confused. Every time he looked at his figure in front of the mirror, he was full of confidence. Could it be that in the eyes of men, a big bear is not as good as a long-legged and thin bamboo pole? Have you just gotten up? At this time, Zhu Huntang came over on a balance bike, still holding the tambourine in his hand. Do you want to wear this on your chest and let Lu Chang'an clap the tambourine and play? Bai Hui couldn't help but imagine this scene. No, Bai Hui suddenly turned red and looked at Zhu Huntang in disbelief. Why are you always able to make such an understatement and come up with such weird, super weird things without any warning? Forget it, the luxurious wearable tambourine I customized is completely useless, so I decided to have it transformed into a smart wearable device. Zhu Huntang conveniently tied the wearable tambourine around his waist, and the strap is telescopic. Yes, it can be worn on any part of the body. You go and change your clothes. We will have lunch with Lu Chang'an at noon. I offended him so much in the morning that I didn't dare to eat alone with him. After saying that, Zhu Huntang beat the drums and rode the balance car to find Lu Chang'an again. Bai Hui wanted to know what she had done to offend Lu Chang'an, but she should go change clothes and prepare for dinner first. At noon, we ate in the greenhouse garden on the roof of Zhu Huntang's building. Because it was originally a place for Zhu Huntang to rest, take photos, and play, after the air in the glass house was purified and adjusted, there was no smell of ordinary greenhouses or the feeling of humidity and stuffiness. Zhu Huntang and Bai Hui wore the same style with handles. Band means pattern in Japanese, which means pattern. Low girls often say handles, which refers to the prints on the skirts. Zhu Huntang's is a gorgeous up long-sleeved style, and Bai Fen's is JSK, which refers to a sleeveless suspender-style low skirt without lining. Bai Hui actually also likes Zhu Huntang's up style, but because she and Zhu Huntang's figure is different. Wearing Zhu Huntang's style is easy to look bulky, so I had to wear JSK, which showed off my small shoulders. We'll let Qinyanan wear a low dress another day, and the three of us will take a set of photos. Zhu Huntang glanced at Lu Chang'an and said delicately, "Photographer Luda, can you help us take a photo together?" She, Bai Hui and Qinyanan are not familiar with each other, but they will nod and smile when they meet. Isn't it too pretentious for a mature woman like Qinyanan to wear a low skirt? What is still fresh in Bai Hui's memory is the time when Zhu Huntang said that Bai Hui and An Nuan's figure combined were Qinyanan, which made Bai Hui and An Nuan tacitly ignore Zhu Huntang. Why bother? Lu Chang'an couldn't help laughing. Fairies always like to do such stupid things. You two can shoot together and complement each other. Why do you need to find someone who can attack you in all aspects? It doesn't seem interesting. Bai Hui didn't want to take pictures with unfamiliar people, so she turned to look at Zhu Huntang and agreed with Lu Chang'an expressionlessly. Really? Will my Yaya attack me in all directions? Zhu Huntang disagreed. I am a fairy, and fairies are incomparably beautiful. No one can attack me. And Nuan and I will take photos together. We have agreed before that we will take a set of photos with you when we have time. Bai Hui is usually willing to admit that she is a little fairy, but it is just a cute description, unlike Zhu Huntang. Think of fairy as your own racial attribute. Lu Chang'an lowered his head to eat. Appointment to take pictures probably means the same thing as appointment to go shopping. Taking this matter seriously would be a waste of notes on what they define as good friends. Zhu Huntang chuckled twice. The bad old man must have given up. If Bai Hui and An Nuan got into a fight, Lu Chang'an would definitely side with An Nuan, but Bai Hui also has a strong backing and a witty strategist of his own. Now all he needs to do is just be patient and wait for the opportunity. This fish cheek meat is okay in order to show that he is a supporter of Bai Fen. Zhu Huntang spooned some fish cheek meat for Bai Fen, but it was a little strange. Why do you have such a good appetite today? Normally, I usually have a good appetite. Bai Hui quickly kicked Zhu Huntang under the table. This fish cheek meat is really good. Lu Chang'an, don't you eat more? I will eat it all. Zhu Huntang looked at Bai Hui suspiciously, and somewhat understood Bai Hui's thoughts, and suddenly felt a little proud again. Liking someone is such a boring thing, and you have to be careful to please the other person in various ways. He is still the best, everyone else is trying to please Lu Chang'an, but he is the only one who keeps teasing him, tossing him, provoking him. This is normal, after all, he is a fairy, standing at the top of the biological group like women. Thinking of this, Zhu Huntang became arrogant, and the gloom that threatened to become the nourishment for the gestational sac in the morning suddenly disappeared. Zhu Huntang put down his bowls and chopsticks, walked up behind Lu Chang'an in a swagger, took out a lighter-like electric shock device from the pocket on his skirt, shocked Lu Chang'an, and then ran out of the glass waving his hands and saying BAA house. Lu Chang'an sighed. The fish face meat was indeed delicious. For the sake of the fish face meat, he didn't care. Where did she get that thing? I used to play with it when I was a kid. Only herself and Lu Chang'an were left at the dining table. Bai Hui put down her chopsticks and took a sip of water. In fact, there was nothing to do in the afternoon, so she might as well eat her lunch slowly. How did I know? Such things are usually found on disposable lighters. She neither smokes nor is a fire-burning activist. It can only be said that a person's desire to do something is strong enough, and he will give full play to his subjective initiative. Pay attention to things that you wouldn't usually notice, and get things that you can't usually get. Lu Chang'an shook his head and said, it would be great if Zhu Huntang used this subjective initiative in learning. Really, Bai Hui couldn't help but wonder, is her desire to do that thing strong enough? The fact that I can't get it now is because my desire is not strong enough? Is it because your subjective initiative has not been mobilized? But obviously, forget it, no matter how much you think about it, it's just a fantasy, and now he is indeed sitting in front of her. For her, too many fantasies may not be as good as a realistic moment. After eating, Lu Chang'an was still sitting at the dining table. He took out his mobile phone and looked at it. There was still no text message or call from Shang Guandandan. She must have been too calm. Lu Chang'an looked at the circle of friends, but saw a circle of friends posted by Shang Guandandan. It was not that she had picked up a good card, but a video. In the video, Zhou Dongdong was wearing a set of red mechanical armor, flying around on the roof like a bloated little Iron Man. Shang Guandandan was standing on the roof, looking at the cheerful Zhou Dongdong with a smile. Lu Chang'an was immediately furious. He tried his best to lead Zhou Dongdong fly, but he just played with spiraling to the sky. Doesn't Shang Guandandan look more powerful than him? What should I do if the status of the invincible and omnipotent brother Chang'an in Zhou Dongdong's heart has declined over time? As expected of the master of the harem, no, the point is, how did Shang Guandandan do it? Where did this mechanical armor come from? Could it be her coffin that transformed it? Especially the swollen little Iron Man, with the flames shooting out of his feet resembling a phoenix tail, is very eye-catching. Praise me. I'm really immortal. Author, Chulian Kui Kan Ru Xiahua. Chapter 798. Bai Fen took small bites of the fish face meat. This thing can actually be eaten by eating fish. Each fish has two tender and delicious slices, hidden next to the gills, or slightly red and pink, or a dark brown, juicy black color. It's just that not everyone is particular about eating these two pieces of fish cheek meat. After all, it's just such a small amount. It melts into fine pieces when you take a sip in your mouth, and you don't have time to savor the taste. What's more, some of the fish had not been cleaned and the smell was not removed. The chef cooked it half-heartedly and served it to the table. It was okay not to eat the two pieces of fish cheek meat. Making a whole plate of fish face meat is completely different. It is definitely a high-quality dish that every gourmet dreams of. There is a saying, a 96-year-old man cannot bear to part with two pieces of Mandarin fish meat. The portion that Bai Fen ate was made from an unknown number of mandarin fish, only the 2 pieces of fish face meat from the mandarin fish. She is a person with a good appetite, so of course this delicious dish that everyone praises has to be eaten to suit her personality. After finally finishing eating, he looked up and found that Lu Chang'an didn't show any expression of praise or liking like last time. He was looking at his phone with an unhappy expression. Bai Hui quickly picked up her mobile phone and opened the QQ space to take a look. Her last comment was not offensive, and no one left any obscene or provocative comments. Then it probably had nothing to do with him looking at his phone like this. Bai Hui went to An Nuan's space to check if anyone was teasing An Nuan in the comments. Bai Hui heard from Zhao Yu in the dormitory that when boys see their girlfriends posting selfies, if there are some teasing or obscene comments in the comments, they will be very unhappy and may even ask their girlfriends to block or even delete these people. Lu Chang'an doesn't seem to pay attention to these things, but if someone openly wants to pursue An Nuan, he will be taught a lesson by Lu Chang'an. In fact, Bai Hui also enjoyed similar treatment. That time Guan Yuan harassed Bai Hui, Lu Chang'an buried Guan Yuan, although it was Bai Hui who took the initiative to ask Lu Chang'an to protect him, but if you think about it carefully, how seriously he took it, it seems more than beating up that minister. What's the matter with you? Bai Hui saw Lu Chang'an thinking deeply and poured a full glass of orange juice for Lu Chang'an. So under normal circumstances, he would not leave immediately, but would drink the orange juice before leaving. Because Bai Hui happened to have nothing to do and would stay here alone after eating, so naturally it would be better to have someone to accompany him. It was just such a simple idea. Shang Guandandan is the little girl who only showed up on the first day of dancing, twisted a few times and then left. She was holding a large thermos flask like a missile head. Do you remember her? Lu Chang'an picked up the cup. Take a sip of orange juice. Remember, Bai Hui sat up straight and moved her ears like a little rabbit. Although she is lazy, she still likes to join in the fun during dance practice. You might as well make friends with her, Lu Chang'an suggested. There is no harm in having a good relationship with her. Just like Li Hongfang, when she met Shang Guandandan, she received Shang Guandandan's favor and helped her completely remove some traces left in her body. That time when Zhu Huntang's energy and blood were disordered, Shang Guandandan happened to be by his side, so he easily solved the problem. Yes, Sijin met Shang Guandandan and got a chance to be reborn. Needless to say, Zhou Shuling and Zhou Dongdong, although they have not received any direct benefits, Shang Guandandan has become Zhou Dongdong's godmother, and Zhou Shuling has also become her favorite daughter-in-law. Shang Guandandan is more nosy than Lu Chang'an. If Bai Hui can have a good relationship with Shang Guandandan, it will be a rare opportunity in life. After all, Shang Guandandan is a sacred beast. Divine beasts and other things can be called auspicious. Who doesn't want to be a little auspicious? Lu Chang'an has always been a kind-hearted person, so of course he would take care of his old classmates given such a rare opportunity. Okay, Bai Hui glanced at Lu Chang'an, who looked as usual, lowered his head and whispered, holding his hands tightly together under the table. On the day An Nuan returned to Junxia, Lu Chang'an went to pick An Nuan up. Bai Hui and Zhu Huntang were also playing on the roof. Zhu Huntang came up with an idea that Bai Hui didn't understand at the time: establish a good relationship with Shang Guandandan, and Shang Guandandan while Bai Hui was classified into Lu Chang'an's harem. Why did Lu Chang'an let himself have a good relationship with Shang Guandandan today? Did he mean that he wanted her to become a member of his harem? What a mess! Is Lu Chang'an the emperor? And open a harem? Bai Hui was confused. Of course she didn't want to be classified into Lu Chang'an's harem. She just had great doubts about the real relationship between Shang Guandandan and Lu Chang'an. This doubt was bigger than Bai Hui's breasts. I can't pretend anymore, so I need to understand clearly and establish a good relationship with Shang Guandandan. It is actually very simple to build a good relationship between girls. Just go shopping together and eat some snacks and desserts together. Next time you meet, you will be good friends who will hold hands and jump around. I'm leaving. After Lu Chang'an finished speaking, he stood up and took another look at the orange juice he had just taken a few sips of. Bai Hui didn't get up, but he was just a little proud. He was quite smart. He saw that he hadn't finished drinking the orange juice, so he would probably sit still for a while. Look, I drink orange juice very quickly. Lu Chang'an picked up the orange juice and gave Bai Fen a sip of a large glass of orange juice. You're so awesome, Bai Hui exclaimed expressionlessly. Lu Chang'an was about to leave, but Bai Hui called out to him, wait a minute. Bai Hui walked up behind him, lowered her head and touched Lu Chang'an's back. Then when Lu Chang'an turned to look at her, she showed some doubts. Why is Xiao Tang always like this? As she said this, she pushed Lu Chang'an's back again, not understanding what was so funny about this. You don't want to imitate Zhu Huntang. Lu Chang'an stretched out his hand to hold Bai Hui's head. Zhu Huntang is just imitating the Yangding people. Then every time she pushes you, do you say, ah, you pushed me, Bai Hui said, her cheeks turned red. Seeing Lu Chang'an's confused expression, Bai Hui lowered her head and took herself out from Lu Chang'an's palm, pressed her own cheeks with both hands, and ran away with a twist. Lu Chang'an stood there, and it took him 10 seconds to realize that he had been subjected to the usual verbal harassment from the opposite sex at the dinner table. Many smelly middle-aged men often regard drinking and telling dirty jokes to the opposite sex at dinner as a kind of wine table culture. In fact, it is nothing more than a stench of bad taste and vulgarity. What Bai Hui did was also a stench, Lu Chang'an firmly believed so, and then left without much anger. People often say only women and villains are difficult to raise, followed by the sentence if you are close, you will feel inferior, if you are far, you will resent. As for what situation this sentence is suitable for and who it is suitable for, it doesn't make sense to interpret it. Most of the time, the words used in speaking are used however they want, as long as the listener can understand the meaning or emotion of the story. When you see someone say something casually, you should correct it. It is just the unflattering chatter of a boring person. Lu Chang'an felt that Bai Hui's behavior of being close is not inferior, and she actually dared to make dirty jokes with him. Could it be that she regarded him as a male best friend? Boyfriend, this word sounds disgusting. Lu Chang'an was thinking about these things, so he didn't wander around building 1 of Bailong Center anymore and went home directly. The continuous rain in the morning has stopped, and the words "Where the God of Death retreats" written by Lu Chang'an on the telephone pole at the entrance of the community are already very faint in ink. Only boring people can be meticulous and serious, while interesting people can be in the mood to do some messy things and say some nonsense. It's a pity that Lu Chang'an has never been interested in publicizing his deeds, nor will he record his story as a legend. Therefore, there is a high probability that this old community in front of him will become a former residence that everyone admires in a few years. Seeing a delivery truck parked in front of the building from a distance, Lu Chang'an walked over and saw a middle-aged fat man directing the unloading of the goods, while workers moved boxes and piled them into Shang Guandandan's room. Li Hongfang stood nearby checking the goods and signing for them. There was no doubt that this was the champagne she bought for Shang Guandandan last night. Even if Shang Guandandan had to fill her thermos every day, the wine would be enough for her to drink for a while. Shang Guandandan stood aside and watched, holding the sleeves of his clothes tightly with both hands, standing on tiptoe with his 2 little feet under the hem of the skirt, tilting his head slightly, looking at the entire cart of champagne with pleasure. Zhou Dongdong stood beside Shang Guandandan holding the big thermos bottle, not wearing the little Iron Man suit in the video. Behind Zhou Dongdong was Qin Yinan, who was looking at Li Hongfang calmly and didn't even notice that her brother was back. Its lively Lu Chang'an leaned against the sycamore tree and made a movement of inserting his hands into his sleeves. Naturally, there was no space to insert his hands. Naturally, the sleeves of his shirt could not be inserted into his hands. He did not have the image of an old man wearing a cotton-padded jacket watching a movie. Successfully shaped. In fact, it's not just old people who like to watch the fun. When I went to the mountains and countryside a few decades ago, there were a lot of cultural activities. In addition to various activities organized by the commune, there were also movies going to the countryside, cultural dance team tours, etc., which attracted young and old alike. They all gathered together and watched happily with their hands in their sleeves. It's much more interesting than now when everyone gets together and plays with their mobile phones. Of course, playing with mobile phones is still very interesting, but it is not interesting if a bunch of people gather together and still play with mobile phones. The group of people in front of me are not playing with their mobile phones, so it feels very interesting. Li Hongfang was a little amused. She felt that she performed well, but she did not dare to express her merit. Shang Guandandan wanted to maintain her majesty as the queen mother and couldn't act like a child who had picked up chocolates and was overjoyed. Qin Yinan's face was expressionless, but her chest rose and fell more intensely than when she was really calm. She was suspicious of Li Hongfang's intention to please Shang Guandandan. Zhou Dongdong only has a belly, no brain, and no heart, so she usually has no way of figuring out what she is thinking. This is why Lu Chang'an often asks, "What are you doing?" Brother Lu. Hearing Lu Chang'an's voice, Li Hongfang turned around first and greeted Li Hongfang respectfully. Last night, Li Hongfang had a new understanding of Lu Chang'an's strength. The Queen Mother is very strong, indeed very strong, but isn't she being raised by Lu Chang'an? Just like a super powerful weapon controlled by Lu Chang'an, he would hold it in his hand when needed. Beep, 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 beep. Shang Guandandan would launch his hair to destroy the enemy. Human weapons like this are usually under heavy protection and enjoy careful maintenance, such as Dongfeng, Militia, Biang, 02 and the like. Judging from the meaning of Lu Chang'an's words last night, he was just curious about Shang Guandandan's strength, not that he needed Shang Guandandan to suppress the evil spirits. This shows that Lu Chang'an actually has more powerful power, so he has the confidence to conduct such a test. Li Hongfang tossed and turned and couldn't sleep last night. She kept thinking that Shang Guandandan had the ability to control hair. What about Lu Chang'an? Lu Chang'an doesn't have such long hair, and he doesn't look like he has similar abilities. He has super strength and super speed, which are what Li Hongfang sees. Generally, for people with super strength and super speed, this is just their basic ability. Most of them have advanced transformation powers, such as saints who can burn small universes. Li Hongfang couldn't help but think that if Lu Chang'an burned the small universe or exploded and transformed, all his clothes would be exploded or shattered. Wouldn't he be naked in this case? Thinking about this, Li Hongfang couldn't sleep well all night. In his mind, there were images of Lu Chang'an running around and fighting without any clothes, with muscles all over his body after the transformation, and Lu Chang'an, who was as tall as a monster. Among the Marvel superheroes, her favorites are the Hulk's figure and Captain America's butt. It's a pity that no matter how these two transform and fight, their key parts are covered by fabric. But in the real world, the main thing about the door is transformation and fighting, and you must be naked. Li Hongfang tested it last night and Lu Chang'an was not interested in wearing a combat uniform. Brother Lu, I sent those things by express today, and I also made some new discoveries. Li Hongfang turned her back to the others and winked at Lu Chang'an. After all, she didn't know who else here was a senior member of the Kyushu Fenglai sword sect. Li Hongfang suspected that Qin Yinan did the same. After all, Li Hongfang knew Qin Yinan's basic information when she was working for Sunangziu. Qin Yinan belongs to the most coveted template for women. She comes from a truly wealthy family. She is definitely not the kind of person who has passed out and secretly leaks information on Weibo all day long to show that he is still close to the core. The figure and appearance are extremely perfect, and the effect cannot be achieved by plastic surgery, just like the beauty pageant champions 20 or 30 years ago. In addition to the halo of emotion, the facial features are exquisite and have their own characteristics, unlike the plastic surgery of today's internet celebrities. The faces are all the same. If such a person also belongs to the Zhuzhu Fenglai sword sect, it is enough to show that the requirements of members of the sect are very high. Lu Chang'an set a threshold requirement for Li Hongfang to join, and Li Hongfang had no complaints. Okay, we'll talk about it later. Lu Chang'an was a little interested in Li Hongfang's new discovery, but he didn't have too many expectations. After all, Li Hongfang's new discovery may only be 1% of what she currently knows. Information, the remaining 99% of the story was made up. Li Hongfang also has a bit of a cognitive impairment problem, that is, she does not deliberately make up stories to deceive others, but she unconsciously regards her random thoughts as the rigorous logical reasoning of normal people. If she had deliberately teased Lu Chang'an, she would have died long ago. You just happened to be back. How much is the champagne? Qin Yinan walked to Lu Chang'an, holding the bag and pouting, indicating that he was ready to pay. After Qin Yinan called Shang Guandandan in the morning, she came directly and accompanied Shang Guanduntan and Zhou Dongdong to a shop selling beef stewed with radish for breakfast. Qin Yinan rode Shang Guandandan's electric bike there, because it was not far from a shop selling beef stewed radish, but the road conditions were complicated and there were many traffic lights, so it was not as convenient as riding an electric bike. Shang Guandandan said that this was her favorite electric pony carriage, and only people she recognized could ride it. Qin Yinan was her favorite daughter-in-law, and she could also ride with her and Zhou Dongdong. This made Qin Yinan very happy. He rode his electric bike to have breakfast. He also took Shang Guandandan and Zhou Dongdong for a walk around, then went shopping and stayed with them all morning. Who would have thought that just when he was performing outstandingly, a certain Li Hongfang suddenly appeared and brought a car full of champagne. This made Qin Yinan take a breath of caution. In order to please Shang Guandandan, she only gave her a box of effervescent tablets. She felt that they would be enough for Shang Guandandan to drink for a while, so she could just buy them after drinking. I never thought that Li Hongfang would be so scheming and spend so much money to please Shang Guandandan. Not to mention whether it was necessary to buy so much at once, at least the impact felt very strong. Last time I gave Shang Guandandan a box of effervescent tablets, Shang Guandandan couldn't put it down and touched it. Looking at the boxes of champagne in front of him, Shang Guandandan almost jumped up and started singing and dancing. How do I know? Lu Chang'an pointed at Li Hongfang and motioned Qin Yinan to ask Li Hongfang whether he bought the champagne or for him. If this was a cart full of orange juice, Lu Chang'an imagined it, that would be quite satisfying. Of course Lu Chang'an can drink Shang Guandandan's champagne, but Lu Chang'an has the experience of being tricked by Shang Guandandan, so he is reluctant to eat her food to avoid being tricked. Maybe after Lu Chang'an drank a sip of her champagne, Shang Guandandan would move Lu Chang'an's electric heating table away, and after drinking her a bottle of champagne, maybe his all-in-one computer would belong to Shang Guandandan from now on. If he drinks a case of her champagne, maybe he has signed a contract to sell himself and become her slave. This person has many tricks and doesn't play according to common sense, so he has to be on guard. Lu Chang'an pointed at Li Hongfang, and Qin Yinan passed over, because under normal circumstances, Li Hongfang should be able to interpret Lu Chang'an's action as a signal for Qin Yinan and Li Hongfang to settle the bill. This can also highlight the relationship between Qin Yinan and Lu Chang'an, the kind where Qin Yinan can pay the bills for him, just like the man between husband and wife often doesn't have a dime and has to wait for the woman to bring the bag. I hope Li Hongfang can have normal social common sense and understand the meaning of this small gesture. Thank you for your hard work. Dandan usually likes to drink effervescent water. I should have thought of her preference for sparkling drinks. I will have to be more careful in the future. How much does this champagne cost? You must give me your card number. I can't let you pay for it, it's done, Qin Yinan said to Li Hongfang with a smile. Qin Yinan's first impression of Li Hongfang was a bit unpleasant, not because Li Hongfang had done anything disgusting, but because of the feeling of wearing different clothes. Women's definition of matching clothes depends on the person. If they are good sisters wearing similar or exactly the same outfits, they call it sister outfits or bestie outfits, and they are quite happy. They may even take a lot of selfies and post them together. Circle of friends. However, if the relationship is not good enough, or there is even some resentment between people, and there is some kind of competitive relationship, then this situation is called cross-dressing. When it is impossible to change clothes temporarily, or you feel that there is no reason to change your own clothes to avoid clashing with the other person, all she was thinking was, who is ugly and who is embarrassed. What Li Hongfang wore was not exactly the same as Qin Yinan's, but the style was very similar. Qin Yinan did not tie her hair up today, but casually tied it into a ponytail and combed her light bangs. She lacked some mature temperament and looked like a pure and elegant girl. The same goes for Li Hongfang. Her headband is more elegant than Qin Yinan's. She uses light green jade that is suitable for such weather and the drizzle of Jiangnan. Qin Yinan could tell at a glance that the quality and workmanship of this piece of jade was of the highest quality. It might even be a real antique, dug out of some large tomb or ruins, the kind that could be exhibited in a museum or put on auction. Qin Yinan's neck was hung with the queen seal given by Shangguan Dandan. In order to show off and display, Qin Yinan shortened the tether so as not to be seen deep in the hidden sword valley. Li Hongfang also has jade ornaments hanging around her neck. Although it looks good, Qin Yinan is confident that he can beat her. After all, what Qin Yinan is wearing is the queen seal given by the most legendary Empress Dowager of the Han Dynasty. Even if it is in a museum, the treasures in the collection are incomparable in every sense. The clothes are all light gray in color and the material is the same. Qin Yinan's skirt has high slits, but she wears stockings underneath. Li Hongfang is more conservative. She doesn't wear stockings. In such weather, her legs are bare and her skirt the slit was not that high, and there was a flesh-colored skirt underneath, which seemed to be an extension of her bare legs, and looked particularly alluring. The difference was just in the style and feel of the clothes, not exactly the same. Qin Yinan felt a little uncomfortable, but she couldn't say that others were imitating her. That would be too pretentious and made her feel good about herself. I have to admit that Li Hongfang's appearance is very elegant. Apart from the difference in appearance and figure, she is not completely lacking in attraction and confidence in front of Qin Yinan. Are you Dandan's mother? Li Hongfang asked with a smile on her lips. She was not familiar with Qin Yinan. She didn't know the relationship between Qin Yinan and Shangguan Dandan. She didn't know what position and identity Qin Yinan used to settle accounts with her, so she made this decision. Guess, this is a natural question. Qin Yinan seemed to have been struck by lightning, her body stopped stiffly, and her face changed from fair to pink, then to red, and then to black after being suppressed by anger, in just a moment. Although Qin Yinan likes to present herself as a pregnant woman in front of Lu Chang'an, and also likes to try to understand the life and mood of an expectant mother, this is different from being misunderstood as a mother with a 14-year-old or 15-year-old daughter. Are you blind? The way Qin Yinan is dressed today, if her body wasn't so mature and well-developed, most people would even think that she is a young girl. This is the normal perception of her. An indifferent mother? You and her balls are Dandan's mother. Qin Yinan had no way to directly determine that Li Hongfang did it on purpose. After all, the two parties were unfamiliar with each other and did not know each other very well. There was a slight possibility that the other party could not figure it out, but judging from intuition, Qin Yinan felt that there was a 90% probability that Li Hongfang was on purpose. Just as he doesn't feel that Li Hongfang is needed to do these things to please Shang Guandandan, Li Hongfang is probably also thinking that it has nothing to do with you, Qin Yinan, and does he need you to settle the bill? It seems that she is not a good person. Qin Yinan holds her heaving chest. She is now more and more accustomed to wearing stretchy or loose clothes, but her habit of worrying about buttons falling off when she is angry will be difficult to change for a while. Did I misunderstand? Seeing that Qin Yinan's breath was disordered but she didn't answer, Li Hongfang smiled sheepishly. I didn't let Dandan drink enough last night, so I agreed to buy it for her. I've already paid the money, so you don't worry about it. Wait until Dandan finishes drinking, you can buy it for her, or I can send another car over, that's fine. After saying that, Li Hongfang did not wait for Qin Yinan to say anything more, waved towards Shang Guandandan, turned around and left. As for reporting her new findings, she could contact Lu Chang'an later. It's so exciting to just pretend and run away. Li Hongfang secretly glanced back and found Lu Chang'an looking at her. She suddenly regretted it. Her calves were sore and soft, but she ran faster. Of course Li Hongfang did it on purpose. She knew Qin Yinan's personal information clearly. She was someone that Miss Su was wary of and jealous of. She was definitely not an ordinary woman's sister-in-law. Li Hongfang was very afraid of Su Nangxiu, but after all, he had a lot of sympathy. He did his best to help Li Hongfang remove the poisonous disability from his body in the underground laboratory. He also gave Li Hongfang this combat suit, which gave Li Hongfang a very average life-saving ability. It is precisely because of her combat uniform that she is qualified to fall in Lu Chang'an's eyes, otherwise she would be just a bold and careful elite tomb robber. Another point is that Lu Chang'an asked Li Hongfang to learn Qin Yinan's clothing matching. Li Hongfang also admitted that Qin Yinan was very good and a very attractive woman. However, there is always competition between women. Lu Chang'an asked Li Hongfang to learn. It's normal to be a little dissatisfied with Qin Yinan. This woman is definitely Su Mei's, right? Qin Yinan turned around and said angrily to Lu Chang'an. The most annoying thing is that this woman actually ran away. The most hateful moments in life are usually after quarrels and scoldings, when I regret that I did not perform well on the spot. I often think that if I had not called her grandma at that time, but her old mother who was doing the splits outside, I would definitely be able to piss her off, and so on. Qin Yinan was thinking about launching a decisive attack, but before she could say anything, Li Hongfang ran away with her corgi-like butt. It felt like all the damage caused by the counter-attack was suffocated in his chest, which was extremely uncomfortable. Forget it, she used to be considered a member of Su Mei, but now she is preparing to join the Zhu Fenglai sword sect and is in the review period, Lu Chang'an said to the guardian of the sect who had no sense of presence or expressiveness. A woman's intuition is really sensitive and accurate. Just based on Li Hongfang's vague hostility and dissatisfaction, Qin Yinan judged that Li Hongfang and Su Mei were related, which Lu Chang'an did not expect. When Li Hongfang faced Qin Yinan, she still resisted without being arrogant, and she was groveling and submissive, which is enough to show that she is a bottom-line and principled person, and is not a flatterer. She always speaks sweet words and praises everyone. In other words, Li Hongfang's words of praise and respect for Lu Chang'an came from the bottom of his heart, and were not false performances. They fully demonstrated Lu Chang'an's personality, charm and ability, which convinced her. Lu Chang'an is very satisfied with his 18-year-old self. Hoo-ho, this man is interesting. He is planning to join the 9 provinces Fenglai sword section. How dare he challenge me? Qin Yinan became even more angry. The reconstruction of the 9 provinces Fenglai sword sect was inseparable from Qin Yinan's proposal to establish the Knight Alliance. Otherwise, how could there be a renaissance that today's cats and dogs would want to join? During this period of time, Qin Yinan was peacefully being a pregnant woman, reading books such as parenting manuals carefully every day, hoping to be a perfect mother in the future. After all, there are examples like Zhu Huntang who are always alert to how distorted the children's growth will be in the future if they are not educated properly, and what a terrible thing it is. As Zhu Huntang's best friend, her personality is certainly cute and fun in Qin Yinan's opinion, but Qin Yinan cannot accept that her child will be ranked last in the final exam in the class, oh, no, in the whole grade. Thinking about attending a parent-teacher meeting in the future, the teacher said on the podium, this time Lu, who is ranked last in the whole grade, is her parent here. At that time, Qin Yinan stood up in front of everyone, with pity in her eyes, a sarcastic smile, and amidst the roar of laughter. She felt so ashamed and ashamed. Hey, what's more, children can't be beaten and scolded casually now. If the education method is not right, she will jump off the building and commit suicide for you. Don't bother. Qin Yinan had no choice but to smile and said to the teacher, Teacher, her name is not Lu, her name is Lu Changchun. Haha, this character is pronounced Biao. Then you kid is really Biao. Thinking about this scene, Qin Yinan had no intention to take into account the development of Zhu Fenglai Jianmen. He had been preparing for the future of childcare. You spend all day raising babies in the mountains, so there must be someone in the door who can do the work. Lu Chang'an simply explained that he is the owner of the door, and his majesty and right to speak are unquestionable. He is quite satisfied with Li Hongfang's ability to do things. As for Li Hongfang's small shortcomings and offending people, Lu Chang'an can also tolerate it. After all, he is generous and tolerant. Although Qin Yinan also has a broad mind, he only has the capacity to bury people, which is different. Yaya, if you are in the palace, then you are Zaiyi. With the support of the Queen Mother, becoming a queen is just around the corner, and Miss Xiaofang is currently a female official below the level of beauty, so you don't have to worry about it. Shang Guandandan came over, took Qin Yinan's hand, and comforted his favorite daughter-in-law. Shang Guandandan's favorite daughter-in-law is sometimes Zhou Shuling, and sometimes she is Qin Yinan. This is a random state, just like Lu Chang'an sometimes calls Shang Guandandan the old lady, and sometimes calls her little girl. It is also random. Qin Yinan thought about it. Even Su Mei, a cruel and evil woman, had gone to the Antarctic. What kind of trouble could Su Mei's men do? This also confirmed what I had originally thought. There is no documentation for girlfriends, ex-girlfriends, ex-fiancés, etc. as a sister. As long as I don't act stupidly and do something perverse, my position will be the most stable. What's more, he still has his baby in his belly. The idea that a mother values her child is something that can be criticized. When it can be used by herself, she still has to support it. While Qin Yinan was talking to Shang Guandandan, Lu Chang'an walked over and led Zhou Dongdong upstairs. Zhou Dongdong took the opportunity to hang the thermos bottle in his hand around Lu Xin's neck. Lu Xin stood downstairs and watched for a while. When he lowered his head, the thermos bottle strap slipped from his neck. After all, this was just Shang Guandandan's thermos bottle, and Shang Guandandan equals the person in the coffin equals bones without flesh, so there was no need to care. Lu Xin also followed him upstairs, wagging his short fleshy tail. Brother Chang'an, Sister Dandan became Sun Wukong this morning. Zhou Dongdong knew that Brother Chang'an had gone out early in the morning, because after Zhou Dongdong got up, he first ran to Brother Chang'an's bedroom to take a look. Then he must not know about Sister Dandan transforming into Sun Wukong, and he must report it quickly. Oh, then Sister Dandan can not only transform into Sun Wukong, but also make you fly around. Do you prefer Sister Dandan now or Brother Chang'an more? Lu Chang'an looked at the door and asked in a low voice. Lu Chang'an didn't really care, he just felt a little embarrassed that such a question was heard. Zhou Dongdong's eyes widened, his lips pursed, and he was stunned. Say it quickly. Lu Chang'an poked Zhou Dongdong in the stomach. I like them all. Zhou Dongdong sat on the sofa and rocked, raising his hand and waving it up and down happily. This is almost the standard answer when children are asked this kind of question. Lu Chang'an just frowned and looked up to see the sparkling look in Zhou Dongdong's eyes. Zhou Dongdong seemed to be very happy when he was asked this question. Lu Chang'an understood, yes, every child will be asked this question. They looked at the parents who asked this question and wisely chose this answer. But no one would ask Zhou Dongdong such a question, because she only has her mother. Zhou Shuling would ask her if she likes her mother. Zhou Dongdong will say that he likes his mother. There is no chance to say I like it all, which is the answer that every child will answer. Ahem. Lu Chang'an walked over and closed the door, walked to Zhou Dongdong and sat down, then held her on his lap and sat down. Then let me ask you again, brother Chang'an or mother, who do you like? I like them all, Zhou Dongdong answered happily, waving his hands. Lu Chang'an smiled. This was a witty answer, but he was still a stupid kid. I'm really immortal. Author, Chu Lian Kui Kan Ru Xiahua. Chapter 799. Lu Chang'an and Zhou Dongdong chatted and reported to each other what they had seen today. Zhou Dongdong mainly talked about what he had eaten today, and said that when he grows up and can make money, he will take his grandfather with him like Qinyan took Shangguan Dandan. Lu Chang'an also went to buy a lot of delicious food for him to eat. Now Zhou Dongdong is just a kid who earns at most 1 or 2 yuan each time and buys popsicles with his brother Chang'an. He is not very rich yet, so he can only eat and drink here and there. Lu Chang'an talked about what to eat for breakfast, and then focused on how Zhu Huntang didn't like studying and tried to resist, but was eventually dealt with by Lu Chang'an, as well as eating fish face for lunch, and the young lady who taught Zhou Dongdong how to dance. My brain is broken. Is fish face meat the meat here? Zhou Dongdong asked Lu Chang'an while pulling his cheek hard. Want to eat? Next time we go fishing. The teacher said you can't eat whales. Whales are human beings' good friends, Zhou Dongdong said quickly. Lu Chang'an frowned and asked, which of your ears heard that I wanted to eat whale? Lu Chang'an had to suspect that Zhou Dongdong wanted to eat a whale, or thought it would be best if he could eat a fish as big as a whale. Being Zhou Dongdong's good friend is a very dangerous thing, and it is even more dangerous if it is a small animal. Lu Xin was protected from bad luck as a protector. Shangguan Dandan gave up because she was too strong and Zhou Dongdong couldn't eat Shangguan Dandan. Lu Chang'an discovered this because Zhou Dongdong accidentally revealed that she wanted to fly to the sky to eat birds. Shangguan Dandan is a little bird. I want to eat preserved eggs, Zhou Dongdong said while touching his belly. Lu Chang'an nodded to express his approval of his analysis. Preserved eggs are made from bird eggs, which are unhatched birds. Zhou Dongdong couldn't eat the bird in the sky, nor could he eat the Shangguan bird, so he had to eat preserved eggs. He was really a clever kid. Lu Chang'an went to get the preserved eggs, and Zhou Dongdong poured a plate of soy sauce by himself, then peeled the preserved eggs and dipped them in the soy sauce and ate them slowly. These preserved eggs were bought in the supermarket. Lu Chang'an decided to buy some duck eggs in the afternoon, and then mixed some preserved egg ash himself to make some preserved eggs. For a period of time, finished preserved egg ash was often sold, but the preserved eggs contained lead, which was very unhealthy, and tasted a bit astringent, loose, and mushy. Preserved eggs are called deviled eggs in the West. Just like the traditional Western concept, if you don't accept it, you will demonize it. Lu Chang'an likes to eat preserved eggs. Preserved eggs are great whether they are used to make preserved egg and lean meat porridge, sliced for cold salad, or mixed with vegetables into soup, or grilled over charcoal fire. When Shangguan Dandan and Qinyan came up, they saw one large and one small sitting at the electric heating table, concentrating on peeling preserved eggs, dipping them in soy sauce, and putting them in their mouths. It's not advisable to eat too much preserved eggs, Qinyan reminded him subconsciously, but then he remembered Lu Chang'an's words, "It's okay to eat arsenic for you," and felt that it was redundant. When Lu Chang'an had something to do, he would feed Zhou Dongdong, as if he were raising a brave animal. I guess he had his own sense of responsibility and didn't need her to worry. It's not advisable to eat more. Does it mean you can't eat until you can't eat anymore? Zhou Dongdong understood very smartly. Just don't eat too much, there's no other meaning. After more contact, Qinyanan gradually got used to it. Zhou Dongdong and Shang Guandandan both have one characteristic. Sometimes it's not that they don't understand, but that they are more willing to treat others. The words are understood to mean that they like it. As long as I understand it the way I like it, then everything you say is supporting me. Do you want to drink my champagne water? Shang Guandandan held her big thermos flask. Under Qinyanan's persuasion, she only put 2 bottles in because Qinyanan told her to fill the thermos flask with champagne at a time. She was temporarily. It took me a while to drink it all, and gradually the taste of champagne inside became less good. That's wine, no one calls that champagne water. Lu Chang'an corrected Shang Guandandan's statement. In the eyes of many young bourgeois, champagne is a necessity for exquisite life and ritual, so they will taste it carefully. Add many other tags. Lu Chang'an is a person who only looks at the essence of things, but wine is wine, and it is very different from water. The chemical composition is very different, so she must be corrected. I can call it whatever I want, Shang Guandandan said nonchalantly. In the past, if he called it wrong, the whole world could follow him and call him wrong. Just let the thing change its name. Now Shang Guandandan is just a weakling. The Queen Mother has no power, but she can stand up for herself when not forcing others. Up to you. Zhou Dongdong only had 1 preserved egg left. He pinched the preserved egg into 2 parts and asked Shang Guandandan and Qinyanan if they wanted to eat it. They all refused, and Zhou Dongdong had to eat it himself. Seeing that no one wanted to drink his champagne, Shang Guandandan poured a small glass and placed it next to Zhou Dongdong. As long as food appeared around him, Zhou Dongdong would eat and drink it. Zhou Dongdong had just eaten a lot of preserved eggs dipped in soy sauce and was a little thirsty, so he picked it up and took a sip. Zhou Dongdong's eyes, nose, and mouth suddenly shrank together, then he trembled, his legs shook uncontrollably, his cheeks bulged. He looked at Shang Guandandan blankly. He had done something wrong. Did Sister Dandan poison herself? It's very delicious champagne water. Shang Guandandan patted his thermos flask. It's the very delicious thing I told you about this morning. Shang Guandandan had already told Zhou Dongdong that someone would give him something delicious, so Zhou Dongdong and Shang Guandandan had been looking forward to it all day. Zhou Dongdong finally drank it, so he held his head high and swallowed the sip of champagne with all his strength, then stuck out his tongue and looked at the remaining champagne in the glass doubtfully. After hesitating for a moment, Zhou Dongdong raised the cup again. Lu Chang'an grabbed it and took a sip. If the first bite doesn't taste good or doesn't taste good, don't try it again. Remember the Houtunia cordata and the bitter taste orange. Zhou Dongdong shook his head and did not remember it at all. Houtunia cordata and bitter orange must be unpalatable things, otherwise he would definitely remember them. Qinyanan couldn't help but laugh, feeling a little proud of his expectation. With Zhou Dongdong and Zhu Huntang as examples, his children would definitely be extra witty in the future, and they would be doted on by Lu Chang'an. Why not 10? After all, Qinyanan is not the kind of vicious stepmother, so she can still accept Lu Chang'an's continued treatment of Zhou Dongdong and Zhu Huntang. However, according to Lu Chang'an's previous judgment, when his child is born, Zhou Dongdong and Zhu Huntang will probably become middle-aged women, so they cannot compare with their own child. He had to find a way to get her child out as soon as possible. Why are you laughing? You look like a little fox. Lu Chang'an watched Qinyanan's lips turn up and her eyes turn around. The smile at the corners of her mouth was a bit charming, like a vixen who caused trouble. A woman with such a good figure, like this, the smile is particularly charming, and it is also particularly reminiscent of the first-generation teacher like Vixen, who embodies countless male fantasies. Lu Chang'an thought of a person who was particularly fond of the vixens in Qingkai during the mythical age. The reason why he still has an impression of this person is mainly because his name has been circulated since the mythological age and has not been forgotten until now. Do you think Yaya is like a vixen, and I am like Sun Wukong? Shang Guandandan took the opportunity to formally attack. Lu Chang'an held Zhou Dongdong in front of him to block Shang Guandandan from a sudden attack. He was a little wary and said, "Let's talk about it. Don't use your hair to tie him up. It's very perverted. If I had known this, why did I do it in the first place?" Qin Yan'an gloated. She did not think that Lu Chang'an was really afraid of Shang Guandandan, but that there was not much he could do to deal with Shang Guandandan. After all, Lu Chang'an can transform. Only after transforming can his real fighting power explode. However, he transformed just to fight Shang Guandandan. It seemed that there was too much movement and it was not necessary. "Sister Dandan, don't be angry, I'll help you bully her back." Zhou Dongdong waved his hand, broke free from Lu Chang'an's hands, and then took out a watercolor pen from the skull bag left on the sofa. "Okay," Shang Guandandan agreed aggressively. So Zhou Dongdong drew a watch on Lu Chang'an's hand. "You are not allowed to wipe it off as a punishment," Zhou Dongdong told Lu Chang'an a little angrily. "You will remember not to bully Sister Dandan in the future, right?" "Remember." Lu Chang'an nodded to express his acceptance of Zhou Dongdong's punishment. Shang Guandandan's cheeks were bulging. He climbed onto the sofa, grabbed Lu Chang'an's hands from behind and hugged him, and then said to Qin Yan'an, "Yaya, help me draw a monkey king on his face." Qin Yan'an burst out laughing. Regardless of Lu Chang'an's winking, he took out his lipstick and applied it on his lips. Then he smacked Lu Chang'an's forehead, leaving a big lip mark. "Don't rub mine either," Qin Yan'an warned with a pink-cheeked smile, a little embarrassed, but this was just a joke, and generally such a heavy kiss on the forehead should be nothing in everyone's eyes. "Zhou Dongdong and Shang Guandandan have done this too, right? You are all like this." Shang Guandandan found that Qin Yan'an and Zhou Dongdong were of no use, so he went to the scene in anger and bit Lu Chang'an's neck, leaving tooth marks. After looking at the fierce look of his teeth marks, Shang Guandandan was a little satisfied. Let's just forget about this matter. After all, she was a gentle and charitable queen mother who could tolerate the mischief of bad children. After being tormented for a while, Lu Chang'an angrily left home and went to the vegetable market to buy duck eggs. It's still important to make preserved eggs. Lu Chang'an hasn't eaten his own preserved eggs for a while. The ones bought in the supermarket always taste too bland and soft. By the way, I contacted Li Hongfang. She didn't go far. She was waiting nearby to report the latest status of the investigation of the alien beasts to Lu Chang'an. Li Hongfang quickly came to join them and went to the wet market to buy duck eggs with Lu Chang'an first. Lu Chang'an is very masculine. He is not afraid of Qin Yan'an's anger at all. He wiped off her lip marks before going out. Shang Guandandan's tooth marks have also disappeared. Her teeth are a bit powerful. I am afraid she can chew bamboo like a panda, maybe even more powerful than the panda. The panda can't break Lu Chang'an's current defense. Zhou Dongdong's watch has not been wiped off. After all, it is a watercolor pen. Lu Chang'an is too lazy to wash it, so he just keeps it. "Brother Lu, did you buy the duck eggs yourself?" Li Hongfang praised. Lu Chang'an was a little confused. What happened to buying duck eggs in person? But he didn't say anything, just nodded. Not many people know how to pick duck eggs now, right? "Brother Lu, the duck eggs you picked are all big, round, and regular in shape. They are good duck eggs at first glance." Li Hongfang accompanied Lu Chang'an to the vegetable market, and once again expressed her heartfelt praise. Many young people nowadays don't even know that they have to shake it and hear the sound when buying eggs. The stall owner looked at Li Hongfang in confusion. Is this young man who lives nearby a high official? He doesn't seem to be a high official at such a young age. Could he be the son of a high official? That's not like it. It turned out that I owed him 2 kilograms of eggs on credit, and it took a week to settle the account. Shut up first. Even Lu Chang'an couldn't bear it anymore. It didn't matter in private, but after all, everyone in this vegetable market was acquaintances. Li Hongfang obediently shut up, and did not feel that he was being flattered. Brother Lu was just being reserved. Being reserved is very rare. It is also very rare to maintain such a character that does not forget the original intention. Many people have been flattered a lot, often forget about it. Lu Chang'an bought 100 duck eggs. After all, there are many people eating them, and those who eat them are people who can eat them. This is simply to show the breadth and depth of Chinese. You are listening to Novels at Bless Up channel. Wish you happiness and luck. Please subscribe to receive new novels. How do you feel about this novel? Please like and leave a comment. I'm really immortal. Author, Chu Lian Kui Kan Ru Xiahua. Chapter 800. The stall owner gave Lu Chang'an a box and scraps of paper to put the duck eggs in. He drilled holes in the 4 corners and threaded ropes through them for him to carry. Then he broke some of the duck eggs Lu Chang'an picked out and put them in a vegetable bowl. However, the yolks were a little loose. Go back. There's nothing wrong with making fried duck eggs with chili. Lu Chang'an paid the money, carried the duck eggs, and bought some quicklime from the grocery store in the vegetable market. Soda ash was ready to go back. Li Hongfang still followed him without saying a word. Feeling some silence behind him, Lu Chang'an turned around and glanced at Li Hongfang halfway through. Li Hongfang pointed to her tightly pursed lips, indicating that she had been following Lu Chang'an's shut-up order, and if she was not allowed to speak, she would obediently say nothing. Tell me, what information did you make up? Lu Chang'an nodded. He was really obedient. If only Zhu Huntang was as obedient as Li Hongfang, Zhu Huntang would definitely be arranged to study for 18 hours every day. Lu Chang'an suspected that if Zhu Huntang was really arranged to study 18 hours a day, she would rather commit suicide, become a dead BAA, and make various mutton products than accept it. I made it up. No, I found some information. Li Hongfang quickly walked closer to follow Lu Chang'an. I went back last night to get the box to prepare the bones of the water monkey, and I saw a woman in white standing next to the pile of bones. Well, that means both the male and female protagonists appear in the action video you captured. I don't know if the woman is a water monkey. If there are 2 water monkeys, it doesn't matter how much essence is infused. If both of them are super beings, there should be no essence infusion, right? Lu Chang'an is not very sure about this. Creatures such as water monkeys will hide their weapons under their skirts, which is enough to show that they are lustful. 2 water monkeys, a male and a female, have sex together all night long. Maybe it is just to satisfy the physical pleasure. Lu Chang'an doesn't despise them. He also likes to have sex all night long. Who doesn't? The key depends on whether you have this ability, and Lu Chang'an is not targeting anyone. I hid far away and used the night vision system of the combat suit to track her. I saw her standing there for a long time, seeming to have very deep feelings for the pile of bones. She was like a woman who had lost her true love. Presumably at this moment, this situation will definitely remind her of a poem. The poor bones by the Wooding River are like people in a boudoir's dream, Li Hongfang said with some sympathy. After all, she was a woman, and it was easy for her to feel sad about these things. If you put it this way, it means that I have done many evil things, ruining other people's sleep and flying together, and making people separated forever, Lu Chang'an said apologetically. No, that's not what I meant, Li Hongfang sneered. This water monkey wants to kill people no matter what happens when they meet. He must have done many evil things. Brother Lu, you are doing harm to the people. This woman looks pitiful, but in fact she is heartless. Water the monkey's body was still cold, but she had no intention of collecting it for him. I saw her standing there for a while and then walking away with a dog. You didn't say she was holding a dog just now. Lu Chang'an looked back at her suspiciously. I forgot to mention, she was holding the dog, and when she left, the dog howled, and the sound was exactly the same as in the recent dragon roar incident at Hunan University. Li Hongfang said seriously to express his feelings. The mystery of Xiongda's dragon roar has been solved, it's just a dog barking. Li Hongfang, I asked you not to associate the dragon roar of Xiongda University with the female water monkey in bed, so you just made up a dog. I didn't ask you to check this either. Lu Chang'an raised his hand and put it on Li Hongfang's shoulder. Let me tell you, it was actually the howling of the annoyance in my chest one day, so it was a real dragon's roar, not a water monkey or a dog. Li Hongfang was surprised. Why didn't he expect it to be Brother Lu? Of course, only Brother Lu has such strength. So Li Hongfang knelt down respectfully, with her upper body lowered, her waist lowered, her hands pressed forward on the ground, her butt raised high, the fabric of her skirt had no elasticity, her thighs were tight, and her forehead was pressed against the wet floor tiles. Admitted his mistake loudly, Brother Lu, I was wrong. Lu Chang'an felt like he had no idea for a moment. She was on the street, in full view of everyone, in front of the neighbors. She knelt down and apologized so profusely. How could Lu Chang'an still argue with her? Doesn't that make him appear narrow-minded and too small-minded? Get up! Lu Chang'an glanced at the old man not far away with bright eyes, as if he had discovered something sinful. He didn't intend to stop it but wanted to gossip about the old man. Li Hongfang stood up, wiped her hands and forehead, and then said, Brother Lu, this woman stood for a while and then left. I hid in the darkness, like a breathless assassin, following her from a distance, making her feel completely not aware of my presence. She seemed to have a keen sixth sense on the way. She occasionally stopped and looked back, but she still didn't spy on me. Lu Chang'an looked at his duck eggs. Duck eggs will hatch into fluffy little ducks, which is a leap in the level of life. Just like Li Hongfang now, she found that making up stories was risky, so she raised the level of her own stories. Instead of making up other people's stories, she started to make up her own stories. To add to the drama, she must have the final say as to what state she was in and what her thoughts were at that time, and she would not accidentally hurt the sect master. Assassins who don't breathe, that means they failed in the assassination and were killed in counterattack, Lu Chang'an said casually. She added a scene for herself, so it would be easier to distinguish. Her descriptions of feeling good about herself should be ignored, and the rest it's probably useful information. I just thought, I didn't really go to assassinate her, so I wasn't killed, Li Hongfang explained for herself, and then said, it was dark at that time, and there were only a few scattered street lights on the streets. There were pedestrians passing by in a hurry, and the neon lights of the self-service adult products store were flashing and making a sizzling sound of electricity. I pressed against the wall and moved slowly forward, and suddenly. Li Hongfang looked at Lu Chang'an. You are preparing to make your debut as a storyteller, do you still need me to help you praise you? Lu Chang'an had no emotion at her sudden surprise, and of course he would not cooperate with her to ask what happened. Li Hongfang smiled sheepishly. She entered a women's club and never came out again. Lu Chang'an summarized it. What she said was that after the woman left, she went to a women's club. As for the most important thing, she did not say the name of the women's club. Send me the address. Li Hongfang searched the map and confirmed that the name and address of the women's club were correct, and then sent it to Lu Chang'an. Lu Chang'an looked at it, and saw some familiar names. He checked the Street View map and the pictures on the review website, and determined that this women's club was the one where Lu Chang'an accompanied An Nuan to get her hair done. After sitting there all afternoon, I realized how much a woman could toss around with her hair for hours, just to make the straight hair into a crooked one, or the crooked hair into a straight one. Don't act rashly, Lu Chang'an warned Li Hongfang. Her battle suit was very powerful, but the biggest factor in determining the outcome of a struggle throughout the ages has never been the tools and equipment, but the person who uses them. She couldn't even use this combat suit skillfully and couldn't exert its full effect, so its practical value was greatly reduced. Go back and take a good look at the manual and any other learning systems. Studying this combat suit is your first priority. I understand. Feeling the care of the sect master, Li Hongfang gratefully accepted the order and left. Lu Chang'an walked back and had been watching Lu Chang'an and Li Hongfang from a distance. Old Qian ran over with his fists raised and looked at Lu Chang'an with interest. He tilted his head and trotted to follow Lu Chang'an's footsteps with bulging eyes. That Mai Tuo has a good figure, Old Qian sighed with emotion when Lu Chang'an didn't speak. Do you have any ideas? Lu Chang'an looked at the old man Qian's body and bones. I have an ancient prescription. If you take it, you will be strong and powerful. If it doesn't work, you don't need to pay. If you take it, you will pay if it works. Old man Qian was a little surprised. He immediately changed his attention and looked at Lu Chang'an suspiciously. Don't try to trick me. You can't trick all the old guys in the community together. Forget it. If you don't believe me, you missed the opportunity. Lu Chang'an said regretfully. You should continue to take pictures of trees. I don't believe it, I don't believe it. I would rather break 10 sycamore trees than believe your recipe. Old man Qian came back to his senses. Why did Mei Tuo kneel down to you just now? Is it because you are actually a big shot? Yes, the boss is Tian, the second is Earth, and I am the third. Lu Chang'an nodded. Bah, you are a childish child. You dare to say anything, and you are not afraid of losing your life. Don't be afraid. I made preserved eggs today, and they are more delicious than yours. Haha, Zhou Dongdong said the beef chili sauce I made is more delicious than the chili sauce you made. She said that because she wanted to eat the beef in your hot sauce. Lu Chang'an and Old Man Qian walked slowly back to the community. Old Man Qian went home and took a can of beef chili sauce, which he exchanged for Lu Chang'an's. He didn't think that Lu Chang'an's chili sauce was better than his own, so the neighbor next door ate it in the same way. Lu Chang'an went to Mrs. Liu's house and asked for some plant ash. Plant ash is mainly formed by the ashes left by the burning of herbs and woody plants. Charcoal is not counted as plant ash. In the past, it was often accumulated in the large stoves of farmers and had to be dug out after a period of time to avoid clogging the stoves. Rice straw, wheat straw, corn stalks, etc. accumulated in farm fields were often burned on the spot, and the resulting plant ash was the main material used by working people to maintain land fertility before the invention of chemical fertilizers. A long time ago, Lu Chang'an experimented with mixing various types of feces, urine, and plant ash to water the ground, but later found that the effect was not good. At that time, Lu Chang'an explained the reason using the theory of yin-yang experts. Later, he learned about acids and bases and then studied it more clearly. Plant ash is alkaline and will neutralize it when it encounters some acidic substances, and the fertility will disappear. Old Mrs. Lu planted a piece of corn on the roof of the building. Elderly people like to save everything. The corn stalks are used for fires to save some gas, and the ashes left after burning are also useful. The elderly are picky, which is also a tip of life that is not very applicable to modern life. It doesn't bother anyone if they live like this. When the end of the world comes in the future, these life tips may be useful. Lu Chang'an feels that there will be no problem in living until the end of the world, to be precise, the end of mankind. It's too early to think about this now. It's a bit too far to think of the end of mankind from plant ash. Lu Chang'an took plant ash, quicklime, soda ash, salt, and crushed tea leaves and mixed them together to make a bucket of mud. Lu Chang'an had just been sitting downstairs, preparing to make preserved eggs, when he heard the sound of running on the stairs like a landslide. Zhou Dongdong ran down in a hurry, using Lu Chang'an's back as a buffer to stop and lay on his back. Watching Lu Chang'an playing with mud curiously. I want to play too. Zhou Dongdong watched for a minute and found that Brother Chang'an had no intention of inviting Zhou Dongdong to play in the mud, so he took the initiative to make the request. I'm making preserved eggs, not playing with mud. Lu Chang'an refused without hesitation. Is the preserved egg wrapped in mud? Zhou Dongdong asked casually. She already knew how the preserved egg was made. Lu Chang'an nodded, which was more or less what he meant. Then can you give me some mud? Zhou Dongdong ran down the stairs and brought over the food bowl from Lu Xian's original kennel. I calculated the quantity. I need to use 100 duck eggs, which is just right. Lu Chang'an still adheres to the old school style of being diligent and frugal, and does not cause any waste when it is not necessary. Zhou Dongdong thought for a while, then ran upstairs and took out his plastic shovel, and then started digging mud next to the puddle for feeding the loaches. Lu Chang'an rolled the duck eggs in the alkali mud and kneaded them into balls, then placed them one by one in clay pots while watching Zhou Dongdong dig the mud. After a while, Zhou Dongdong dug enough mud and filled the food bowl, showed off in front of Lu Chang'an, and then went upstairs again. Lu Chang'an watched Zhou Dongdong go upstairs happily, and couldn't help showing a kind smile like an old father. After finishing 100 duck eggs, 80 were put in a large clay pot and 20 in a small clay pot. Lu Chang'an planned to give them to An Nuan and Professor Lu to try. Preserved eggs are very suitable for families like An Nuan and Professor Lu who are not good at cooking. If you really don't know what to cook, or are lazy, you can take out the preserved eggs and process them casually, and you can use them as 1 or 2 dishes for meals, or soups and dishes are all available. After the packaging was completed, Lu Chang'an made a net bag with rope to carry the small clay pot. At this time, Zhou Shuling came back. She danced at night recently, so Zhou Shuling would come back early to cook so that she could dance after dinner. Zhou Shuling's enthusiasm for dancing is still very high, much higher than Shang Guandandan's. You made a preserved egg. Zhou Shuling's knowledge is far superior to that of Zhou Dongdong, and she would not think that Lu Chang'an was playing in the mud. Well, you can eat it in 20 or 30 days. Lu Chang'an followed Zhou Shuling upstairs. Probably because of her recent dancing, Zhou Shuling's walking feels particularly rhythmic, especially her slender waist, which is as light as a girl's, yet has the charm of a mature woman. I think I look better when I walk now. Zhou Shuling lowered her voice and said to Lu Chang'an uncertainly. Someone said this to her today, and Zhou Shuling had to confirm with him. If he was willing to praise her, it would be true. Well, I used to just do my work. How could I think about whether I look good when I walk? When you think about whether you look good when you walk, you usually look better than before. Lu Chang'an is not the kind of person who always uses blows. The little woman also needs to praise those who irony and ridicule those who think they are humorous, just like the stupid child also has bright spots that need to be encouraged. Zhou Shuling felt happy. It turned out that she really looked better, so she had to be careful, lest others say that she was coquettish, or that she would be a bit hard to resist when people like All-Stars and Michaels came to pursue her. Where's Dandan? Zhou Shuling asked as she passed by the door of Lu Chang'an's house. There was no sound from the TV inside. Qin Yinan came here and then left. Dandan probably went to play cards. I didn't notice if she was at the canteen just now. Lu Chang'an did not enter his house and still followed Zhou Shuling upstairs. Where's Zhou Dongdong? Zhou Shuling was a little surprised that she didn't see Zhou Dongdong downstairs just now. I don't know. How do I know? Lu Chang'an shook his head. When Zhou Shuling returned home, she saw Zhou Dongdong making preserved eggs. She pounded a basin of mud and covered all the eggs at home. What are you doing? Zhou Shuling stared. She felt something was wrong just downstairs. Lu Chang'an was making preserved eggs. Zhou Dongdong had never seen such a thing before, and he was not joining in the fun. It turned out that he was learning from the same style at home. Make preserved eggs. Zhou Dongdong wiped his cheeks and felt horrified. The scary mother was back. Zhou Dongdong looked at his muddy hands, muddy clothes and floor, and quickly glanced at the door. He didn't know how to run away now. It's too late. Zhou Shuling looked at the plate of eggs she had just bought. She was so angry that she just raised her hand when she suddenly realized and looked back. Lu Chang'an was indeed looking at her expectantly. You know that, right? You knew what she was going to do upstairs when you were downstairs, right? Zhou Shuling was furious and decided not to hit Zhou Dongdong today, so she raised her hand and hit Lu Chang'an several times. I don't know, why are you like this? If you don't hit Zhou Dongdong, why don't you hit me? Lu Chang'an refused. I'll hit you first, then her. Zhou Shuling pursed her lips and hit others. She had woken up and could not always be regarded as Lu Chang'an's thug. Many times, 50% of the stupid things Zhou Dongdong did were instigated by Lu Chang'an openly or covertly. Zhou Dongdong was smiling with his mouth open as he watched his mother beating brother Chang'an. When he heard that he would still be beaten, he howled ouch and ran towards the door. Lu Chang'an didn't run away, he still looked at Zhou Shuling unconvinced. He didn't say anything to encourage Zhou Dongdong today. It was completely Zhou Dongdong who wanted to do something stupid. How could you blame him? Zhou Dongdong ran away, and Zhou Shuling lowered her raised hand. She couldn't help but laugh when she looked at Lu Chang'an, and asked angrily, is this how all men raise children? Hey, let's cook. Finish your meal early. I'll go watch you dance. I have something else to do tonight, Lu Chang'an said with a smile. Disgusting. Zhou Shuling rolled her eyes at him, raised the corners of her mouth slightly, and smiled again, her waist swaying gently and softly. She was not afraid that he would think she was coquettish, and she wanted to make him feel good looking. I really feel like I have some feminine charm. I'm really immortal. Author, Chulian Kui Kan Ru Xiahua. Chapter 801. If the eggshell is stained with water, it will not be easy to store, and bacteria will easily erode the inside, causing the eggs to spoil. This plate of eggs must be eaten tonight. Zhou Shuling quickly thought of it. Scrambled eggs with green peppers, poached egg soup with minced meat, steamed egg custard, and make tea eggs with the rest. Of course Zhou Dongdong's preserved eggs are not real preserved eggs, they are just muddy eggs. If you don't eat them right away, they will turn into rotten eggs in a short time. Preserved eggs, muddy eggs, rotten eggs, these terms are somewhat related to Zhou Dongdong. The task of cleaning these muddy eggs was assigned to Lu Chang'an by Zhou Shuling, which made him a little depressed. He was obviously just an innocent passerby who came to see his mother beat her child. So Lu Chang'an went to the window and shouted, calling Zhou Dongdong, who had just run away, to come back and wash the eggs. You are responsible for solving the stupid things you do. Zhou Dongdong walked upstairs bit by bit, and stood at the door for a minute to observe. After confirming that his mother was cooking in the kitchen and not spanking the child, he scratched the itch on his back, walked to Lu Chang'an's side and looked up. Wash the eggs, Lu Chang'an said. Preserved egg. I think you are a piece of cake. I'm not. I'm just a kid who eats preserved eggs. If you eat too many preserved eggs, they will turn into preserved eggs. Lu Chang'an glanced at Zhou Dongdong and pointed at the mirror. Go and look in the mirror and see if you look like a preserved egg. Zhou Dongdong hesitated for a moment, then slowly approached the mirror on the wall, leaning against the wall parallel to the mirror, and quietly turned his head to glance at himself in the mirror. Only the face can be seen. With a face like a delicious little apple, Zhou Dongdong poked his cheek and moved to the mirror to look up and down. He couldn't help but be shocked. He ran to the kitchen and said to Zhou Shuling, Mom, I eat too many preserved eggs and I look like preserved eggs, got it? It doesn't matter, your brother Chang'an is also an old man. Zhou Shuling had no time to pay attention to her and sent her away casually. Since brother Chang'an is also a preserved egg, Zhou Dongdong took his time and walked to Lu Chang'an and leaned against him. While reaching out to scoop up the eggs in the basin, he said happily, Brother Chang'an, I am a preserved egg. He is a big preserved egg, and the two of us will be preserved eggs together. I'm not. Lu Chang'an didn't want to be a preserved egg with her, so he denied it in his heart. When Zhou Shuling finished cooking several dishes made with eggs, and there was still one slice of beef with vine pepper left to prepare, Shang Guandandan came upstairs holding a thermos pot. Dong dong mom, do you need my help? Shang Guandandan first walked to the kitchen door to talk to his favorite virtuous and hard-working daughter-in-law. No need. Zhou Shuling smiled and wiped the beads of sweat from her forehead. You are ready to eat? The sliced beef with vine pepper and poached egg and minced meat soup made today are what you like to eat? I smelled the vine pepper beef slices downstairs. After Shang Guandandan finished speaking, he walked into the kitchen and took a look around. As expected, there was no housework for him to do. So Shang Guandandan turned on the water meter and looked at it. He said that he was a queen mother who paid attention to the details of life and knew how to live a good life, and walked out of the kitchen. Dan Dan, how do you manage to come back to eat every time? Are you always pricking your ears and sniffing, paying attention to whether others have finished the housework and cooked the meals? Lu Chang'an was a little hard to understand, but also a little impressed. Aren't you tired? Isn't this much more tiring than doing some housework? Shang Guandandan took 2 steps back stiffly, puffing out his cheeks and looking at Lu Chang'an. How could he notice him? Is it so obvious that he always waits for dinner before coming back? No, Dong Dong's mother didn't notice. It must be Lu Chang'an's preset position. He felt that Shang Guandandan didn't like to do housework for no reason, so he told Shang Guandandan that he had done housework from time to time. He was a man who lived a good life. Turn a blind eye to details. Shang Guandandan frowned, not wanting to explain or pay attention to Lu Chang'an. He took a pair of bowls and chopsticks and placed them neatly on the dining table, then sat down beside the bowls and chopsticks and remained motionless. And put the thermos bottle in a conspicuous place. After dinner, there was a group activity of dancing. Because she was praised and felt that it was the benefit of dancing, Zhou Shuling became more motivated. Zhou Dongdong bit a rope in his mouth and gave the other end to Lu Chang'an, asking him to lead him away. Lu Sin discovered this and ran up the stairs with his leash in his mouth, wagging his ball-like tail and followed behind. Shang Guandandan no longer has much interest in the physical exercise of dancing, but he is still enthusiastic about participating in this activity. As long as Lu Chang'an doesn't disturb him while he is holding the owl and drinking champagne quietly. Zhu Huntang and Bai Hui were more motivated. They arrived at the venue earlier. A van drove to the venue on the roof of the podium building and stopped. Zhu Huntang's bread man got out of the car and arranged the audio equipment, and then set up the isolation tape has been put in place. There was nothing we could do about it. Except for the first day, there were a lot of shopping mall customers and people walking around from the second day. And those who do live broadcasts are the most annoying, as if they don't know that most people hate them for filming themselves in their live broadcasts without permission, and almost sticking a mobile phone lens into other people's faces. Whether it is Bai Hui or Zhu Huntang, they are all the people these people like to photograph, and there are even anchors who chat with them on live broadcasts. Seeing those people outside the isolation zone taking pictures with their mobile phones, Bai Hui didn't have any objections. After all, this place was in public, and no one could care about anyone unless they disturbed each other. Occasionally, some people wanted to cross the isolation belt, but they were stopped by the bread people. This battle is getting a bit big, and Bai Hui is gradually entering the state. She thinks that if she can really lead everyone to win the championship, she will be very happy. After all, as a beautiful girl, she leads the grandfather, grandmother, children, and beautiful young women to win the championship. The results were quite impressive. Today I did something you would never have imagined before everyone arrived. Bai Hui took Zhu Huntang and talked in the nanny car, with a little shy excitement on his face. The meaning of existence of best friends and best friends is to satisfy your own unhappiness when you do something that is not suitable for publicity and publicity, but you are also somewhat proud and secretly happy. Did you force Lu Chang'an to sleep? Zhu Huntang glared and said with some expectation. Bai Hui pushed Zhu Huntang and was a little annoyed. I'm not a nymphomaniac. Also, if you say such an extreme thing first, then let me talk about what I did, and I won't feel it anymore. Go ahead and say it. Zhu Huntang chuckled twice, but he really didn't agree. The little girl who had a crush on her would look great if she did something slightly bold. In fact, they are just things that she thinks are excessive and exaggerated. They are incomparable with Zhu Huntang. Zhu Huntang thinks about how to torture Lu Chang'an every day and tortures his screaming existence. There are few people in the world like Zhu Huntang. This is the ability to do whatever you want. Zhu Huntang often does things that Lu Chang'an never imagined. When such a knowledgeable person shows an incredible expression, Zhu Huntang will always feel full of accomplishment. Didn't you hit him with your head today? Bai Hui seemed to have done something bad and couldn't help but say it out, a little shyly. Then I said you hit me. After saying that, Bai Hui's cheeks felt hot. She twisted her body, raised her hands to cover her face, looking so ashamed. She could only share this matter with Zhu Huntang. After all, Zhu Huntang usually said more outrageous things. After waiting for a few seconds, Bai Hui found that Zhu Huntang had not moved. He let go and saw Zhu Huntang looking at her blankly. Zhu Huntang's clear eyes flashed with confusion and embarrassment, and he seemed to be completely get less than that. Ah, it's nothing, I'm going to see if anyone is here. Bai Hui touched his face in embarrassment and trotted out of the car. Hey, Zhu Huntang cried out sweetly. She didn't expect that liking someone would actually make the little white pig become obscene, and she almost tainted a little bit of her purity. Fortunately, Zhu Huntang didn't understand anything and was still innocent. Pure bleed. Bai Hui ran to the observation elevator on the roof of the building and looked at the huge Cos doll. Then she realized, how could Zhu Huntang not understand? She pretended. Bai Hui remembered angrily that on New Year's Eve, she and her cousin went to the funeral street to buy some money, paper, candles, etc., and met Lu Chang'an. At that time, when he mentioned the next sentence about dumplings, which are not as delicious as dumplings, Lu Chang'an also looked confused and confused. It's exactly the same as Zhu Huntang just now? These two are real. Bai Hui was so angry. The point was, how could there be such a sense of synchronization between Lu Chang'an and Zhu Huntang? Seeing an elevator going up, Bai Hui took out her mobile phone to take a selfie, and then saw from the front camera that the group of people in the elevator was none other than Lu Chang'an and a bunch of other people. The elevator door opened, and Bai Hui turned around. Huh? I just happened to come over here to take some photos, and you guys are here. Teacher Bai, I have to work hard for you again today. I just can't do a few moves well, Zhou Shuling said to Bai Hui with a smile. A capable person is a teacher. Zhou Shuling didn't feel forced to call the little girl teacher. This little girl is really good looking, especially her figure, which is almost the same as mine, but she is a beautiful girl, and she is just a single mother who has been repeatedly eliminated in the blind date market. It's not hard. It's not hard. I also like dancing. Let's practice alone later, Bai Hui also said with a smile, looking past Lu Chang'an, and waved to Zhou Dongdong and Shang Guandandan. Do you want to drink my champagne? Shang Guandandan said to Bai Hui. There is no mark of Lu Chang'an on this little girl's body and she looks very pure. She teaches everyone how to dance seriously every day. She wears the right clothes in this cold weather. Not much, but I always sweat a lot from dancing. What is champagne water? Bai Fen was not sure whether champagne water and champagne wine were the same thing. She wanted to politely refuse, but she nodded secretly. Okay, what is that? So Shang Guandandan took out a stack of disposable cups from his hood, then opened the lid of the thermos, ready to pour some for Bai Hui. Lu Chang'an reached out to take the cup handed over by Shang Guandandan and drank it in one gulp. Her champagne water is champagne. Don't drink before exercising. Ah, it turns out to be alcohol. Bai Hui knew that he shouldn't drink before exercise. Although it didn't matter if he drank a little, Lu Chang'an wouldn't let him. Bai Hui had no choice but to say to Shang Guandandan, "Then I will after dancing, can you give me some more drink?" Shang Guandandan said nothing, slowly turned around holding her thermos and left. Bai Hui didn't know if this offended Shang Guandandan, and was a little anxious, but the feeling of being controlled by Lu Chang'an and not allowed to drink was a bit sweet, so Bai Hui stood there and looked at Shang Guandandan's back, and then at Lu Chang'an, do not know what to do. "Dong Dong, you dance very seriously every day, you must have lost a little weight." Seeing Zhou Dongdong still standing next to him, Bai Hui encouraged Zhou Dongdong. "Have I lost weight?" Zhou Dongdong was shocked, spat out the rope in his mouth, and ran away in fear. Zhou Shuling smiled slightly, turned around and walked towards Shang Guandandan and Zhou Dongdong. She could tell that this little girl had a crush on Lu Chang'an. Although Lu Chang'an already had a girlfriend, this kind of thing, Lu Chang'an knew what he was doing anyway. If the pestle is here, it seems to be mixed up. I'm really immortal. Author, Chu Lian Kui Kan Ru Xiahua. Chapter 802. Lu Chang'an looked at the astonished Bai Hui and smiled slightly. It seems that Bai Hui is also a person who is not good at socializing. His ability to observe people's emotions has dropped a lot in this regard. He is far different from Lu Chang'an. Lu Chang'an has always been a good talker. People can talk, laugh, and get along happily with all kinds of people. This is also an ability that is naturally obtained in a long life. There is no need to be complacent. Lu Chang'an will not show off himself and ridicule Bai Hui at the same time. It has never been easy for human beings to interact with them. Fortunately, after Lu Chang'an lived with many races and made progress together, he also caught up with human thinking and mastered the skills and rules for living together with humans. In the 1970s, Frans de Waal observed chimpanzees at the Arnhem Zoo in the Netherlands at the same time. He published The Politics of Chimpanzees in 1982, and concluded that the social behavior of chimpanzees is political and is not the same as that of humans too. Lu Chang'an said to Bai Hui. Bai Hui came to his senses. Lu Chang'an often inexplicably started a topic that was completely unrelated to what had just happened and the current context and atmosphere. Girls like small animals, those small, cute animals that pose no physical threat to them. They like to touch, rub and stroke them. However, most girls still like animals like chimpanzees. They stay in the zoo. As for the politics of chimpanzee social behavior, I don't even care. As long as the animals are delicious or cute, who cares about the rest? Obviously, your social level is not as good as that of chimpanzees. Normal chimpanzee groups are relatively harmonious, especially the female chimpanzee. She is rarely isolated by other individuals in the group. She is the target of much competition. If a baby chimpanzee, there are two males in the group who are competing for the position of leader. They will also show their strength in front of the female chimpanzee, play with the baby chimpanzees and other means to compete for the favor of the female chimpanzee. Lu Chang'an said regretfully, "Look at the four of us here just now. After you say hello to everyone, I'm the only one left." Bai Hui tugged at the edge of her skirt and listened to his nonsense with wide eyes. "You called me a female chimpanzee, and you said Zhou Dongdong is a baby chimpanzee, and Shang Guandandan and Sister Zhou are other chimpanzees. That's not what I meant. The point is that I said your social level is too low, even worse than that of a female chimpanzee." Lu Chang'an was a little surprised. He remembered that Bai Fen was very angry when he said this before. "I feel a little angry now, but I actually know how to seize the key counter-attack points instead of just gritting my teeth and pressing my chest like a stuffy gourd." She had made progress, she said, and even Lu Chang'an would not admit it. At the same time, she offended Shang Guandandan, Zhou Dongdong, and Zhou Shuling, which made people feel uncomfortable. I remembered that the first time you showed your power in front of me was when you threw the two little thieves off the bridge, also, when you and Guan Yuan were competing for the title of the most popular person on campus, you buried him, which is also a way to show strength. As for playing with the baby chimpanzee, Bai Hui glanced at Zhou Dongdong from a distance, who was jumping around and twisting randomly. In short, if I were a female chimpanzee, you are the gorilla vying for the favor of me, a female chimpanzee. Although the last sentence felt a bit too good about himself, Bai Hui was not that sensitive and was not so afraid of being laughed at and ridiculed by him. I felt like he wouldn't do this anymore. You actually admitted that you are a female chimpanzee in order to fight back. This method of killing 1,000 enemies and damaging 3,000 yourself is really powerful. Lu Chang'an took 2 steps back and cupped his hands to show his admiration. Bai Hui twisted her body and felt a little proud. He actually didn't refute that he was a gorilla vying for the favor of her, a female chimpanzee. Of course, it might also be because he had never tried to win her favor, so he didn't bother to refute such words. But Bai Hui was still a little happy, so she pulled Lu Chang'an and asked her to follow him to the side of the Heisenberg German restaurant. This place avoided the check-in hotspot of the giant doll next to it. A huge electrical box blocked the coming and going of tourists. Sight. You see me? As she spoke, Bai Hui twisted her waist and shook her butt to the side. One side of her skirt stuck to her thigh, and the skirt on the other side flew up. The absolute realm was as gorgeous and beautiful as under the shining of the holy light. With a smile on her lips and gentle eyes, she waved her hands, one hand pointed at Lu Chang'an like a pistol, and the other hand made a heart sign. What are you doing? Although the scene is as beautiful as men's first love, with white walls, a girl full of energy, and clear and bright eyes, the corners of her mouth curl up slightly when she thinks about it. Lu Chang'an still didn't quite understand that she called him here and thought she wanted to tell him that she also saw water monkeys, aliens, underground people, and other secrets. As a result, she just made this move, and then did it 3 more times slightly differently under Lu Chang'an's puzzled eyes. Oh, are you asking me to take photos for you because you are showing off? Lu Chang'an stretched out his hand and said, "Give me your phone." Bai Hui stopped, searched for a short video on her phone and showed it to Lu Chang'an, and sighed, "This is a skirt jumper." It was really pretty and pretty for a blind person to see. She practiced it for a long time and also took a video, but her skirt was always swung a little high, so she didn't upload it to the internet. Skirt jumping, Lu Chang'an doesn't pay much attention to popular hot spots. After all, today's young people have very low standards for spiritual pursuits. Their superficial brains are easy to be satisfied and empty. Hotspots move faster than high-speed rail. Today's popular photography videos of people falling on the ground and banging their heads against the wall will become popular tomorrow. Don't you think it's very girly? Well, it's very beautiful. Bai Hui explained. The beauty of a girl lies in Miss Bai's grave, Lu Chang'an said with a smile. This time it was Bai Hui's turn to look confused. What does Miss Bai's grave mean? Her surname is Bai. Does Miss Bai refer to herself? What about the grave? Bai Hui put her hands on her hips angrily. Are you saying that the dead Bai Hui is the beautiful girl, the beautiful Bai Hui? Lu Chang'an couldn't help but smile even more. Bai Hui's death was not beautiful at all. How could he understand it so? I look at the colored glaze as light as a Hui, and when I approach the peak, I gradually feel that the color is more than pure. It is rare to find a full rainy day, and the quality of Zhengzhengpaya is still warm. The snow in the jade wave is not white, and the dogwood appears in poetry. I am afraid that I know too much about etiquette. I dare not open the curtain to thank guests. Lu Chang'an recited a poem. The tomb of the white girl has the same meaning as the jade waves holding snow in this poem, as well as the snow-capped peaks, doves in ripples, white jade rabbits in the moonlight, 2 immortals with lotus flowers, and cherry blossoms piled in the snow. Why have literati since ancient times been called poets? It's because they often tease others in ways that are difficult for others to understand. Bai Hui listened with great difficulty. After listening, she didn't know why he suddenly recited a poem. What does this have to do with Miss Bai's grave? But Lu Chang'an didn't explain, and just walked to where the dance team gathered. What does the white girl's tomb mean? Read more books. I'm going to Baidu. I read it once and you can memorize it and type it out. You don't have this ability, and this poem can't be found on Baidu. Then I'll Baidu by girl's tomb. You can't use Baidu either. You always think that the knowledge displayed by others can be found through Baidu. You are probably a fool. Then tell me, otherwise, I'll ask Zhu Huntang. Bai Hui thought for a while and asked Zhu Huntang for help. She still remembered that last year, in order to understand the illusions and status of the sycamore tree in traditional culture, Zhu Huntang found an old man with a clear and airy temperament gave a lecture, although in the end Zhu Huntang came to the conclusion that ancient literati would plant a tree when their wives died. The sycamore tree in Hunan University was made after someone died and I don't know how many wives. Planted later. Ask Zhu Huntang to help inquire about Miss Bai's grave, and you will definitely find out that Lu Chang'an is not the only erudite and talented person in this world. Unless he invented it himself, others would not know about it. Neza Lu Chang'an turned around and said to Bai Hui calmly. He didn't want Bai Hui to go to Zhu Huntang to inquire about this matter. After all, he was Zhu Huntang's elder, and elders didn't like to let their juniors know whether they were old or not. Zun, molesting other little girls. Ah, Bai Hui blushed suddenly and couldn't help but stammered, you are so naked. Huh? No, I'm very reserved. It's just that you are uneducated, so you have to force others to turn their reserved meaning into naked meaning. Lu Chang'an shook his head, I am reserved, but you are the one who is naked. Bai Hui was very angry. He actually teased her and said she was naked. So Bai Hui raised her hands back, leaned forward on tiptoes, bumped into Lu Chang'an, and ran away. Lu Chang'an stood there without moving until Bai Hui took out his mobile phone and sent him a text message. He took it out and took a look, then I will let you feel the beauty of a girl naked. Lu Chang'an is so angry that he was sexually harassed by her twice today. This Bai Hui is getting more and more obscene and is simply offensive. If she does this again next time, he will fight back. Because he was angry, Lu Chang'an stopped watching Bai Hui dance. He called Zhu Huntang aside and scolded her for being ignorant, unmotivated, and ignorant, and then took Zhou Dongdong home first. Zhou Shuling and Shang Guandandan came back after dancing. Shang Guandandan didn't go upstairs because he drank a lot of champagne while joining in the fun. He went home and lay down in the coffin to sleep. Even though he was a little drunk, Shang Guandandan still returned to the coffin vigilantly, lest he wake up in bed tomorrow and find that he had become Sun Wukong again. Zhou Shuling first went to Lu Chang'an's house and saw Lu Chang'an and Zhou Dongdong sitting together watching a martial arts drama from the 1990s. Zhou Dongdong, school is about to start. Didn't I ask you to come back early and do your homework? Zhou Shuling stared at her angrily when she saw Zhou Dongdong's words going in one ear and out the other. I was tapped on acupuncture points by Brother Chang'an. I can only sit here and watch TV. I can't do my homework. Zhou Dongdong sat motionless on the sofa, watching TV attentively to show that he had indeed been tapped on acupuncture points. He couldn't even open his eyes. Turn. You clearly heard me telling her to go home and do her homework. Why did you tap her acupuncture points? Zhou Shuling looked at Lu Chang'an even more angrily. Hurry up and tap her acupuncture points. I just tapped the acupoints and used up all my internal energy. Now I can't tap the acupoints, Lu Chang'an said with a smile. Then I'll do it after. Zhou Shuling said that. She poked Zhou Dongdong hard. Zhou Dongdong almost jumped up with an ouch, and finally managed to hold back his blushing face. He clenched his fists with both hands and sat still firmly. His mother could not relieve the acupuncture points that Brother Chang'an had touched. Huh? It seems that my strength was weak just now. Try it again. Zhou Shuling blew on her finger and then poked it down again. Before Zhou Shuling could poke it down, Zhou Dongdong let out an ouch and ran away. Her mother's acupuncture was as if she was trying to penetrate Zhou Dongdong. Seeing Zhou Dongdong running upstairs, Zhou Shuling looked at Lu Chang'an angrily and poked him several times. You still cooperate with her? Watching some TV will be fine. She promised me that she would finish all my homework before school starts. Lu Chang'an was tickled by her and stepped aside. Zhou Shuling sat down and said with some worry, it doesn't matter if she is a rich and powerful daughter like Miss Zhu. How can children from ordinary families like us not study and not learn well? I am an ordinary person. But how are you ordinary? Lu Chang'an shook his head. Zhou Shuling lowered her head and looked at herself. From head to toe, from childhood to adulthood, she had always been ordinary. Look at your current state, how is it ordinary? Others regard you as a noble lady. It seems that the nutritional supplements I gave you have an outstanding effect on you. Lu Chang'an is very sure that Zhou Shuling's current physical state is better than that of a woman of the same age. They are definitely 1 in 1,000, unless they are those women who have been irrigated by a large amount of alien beast essence. Jingyuan and Jingyuan cannot be generalized. His quality is certainly much better than those of those strange beasts. Do I look like a noble lady? Zhou Shuling blushed in surprise. Do you mean I have a good figure and good looks? Forget it. Lu Chang'an nodded. He would not repeatedly attack this woman who always lacked self-confidence. After she suffered many setbacks in the blind date market, her self-confidence has not yet recovered even though she is now earning a lot of money. Zhou Shuling stood up a little embarrassedly. I'm going to see if she is doing her homework. Lu Chang'an nodded. He was also waiting for Zhou Shuling to come back. Now he was going to Hexi with the prepared preserved eggs and visited the Women's Health Club. Zhou Shuling came upstairs and saw that Zhou Dongdong had already laid out his school bag, pencil case, pens, textbooks, and homework, but he was not doing his homework. Your brother Chang'an praised me twice today. He praised me for walking well at noon, and just now he praised me for looking good too. Zhou Shuling lowered her voice and said proudly to Zhou Dongdong. Brother Chang'an praises everything he sees for how beautiful it is. When we came back just now, he saw the little black dog that Lu Xin always chased. He also said that the little black dog was good looking and could give Lu Xin a beautiful baby. Zhou Dongdong said disapprovingly. The smile on Zhou Shuling's face fell to the ground, and she bent down and poked Zhou Dongdong. Why are you talking to mom? I'll tap your dumb point. Zhou Dongdong made a om sound and howled at the top of his lungs. Just as he was howling, he remembered that he had been tapped on his dumb acupuncture point, so he couldn't cry out. But why was Zhou Dongdong's acupuncture point tapped? Such acupuncture was pointless. It's not fun, it almost exposed Zhou Dongdong. Is it because my mother thinks the little black dog is not good looking? Then let her touch the little black dog's hole. Thanks to 36D Facial Cleanser for your generous reward, this book has added a master. Now I can still receive a reward of 50,000 points. Thank you very much. A big chapter will be released tomorrow. You are listening to Novels at Bless Up channel. Wish you happiness and luck. Please subscribe to receive new novels. How do you feel about this novel? Please like and leave a comment. I'm really immortal. Author, Chu Lian Kui Kan Ru Xiahua. Chapter 803. Lu Chang'an brought up a small clay pot with 20 preserved eggs in it, ready to give An Nuan and Professor Lu a try. Just like any ordinary boyfriend, when thinking about his girlfriend, it is best to consider his girlfriend's mother to gain some favor. Although Lu Chang'an is very sure that he has passed the test safely, there is no need to be arrogant because of his past. He has always been very good to Professor Lu, chatting with her, and being a close friend online to help her relieve the emptiness of a middle-aged woman. Loneliness, meeting her online social needs, helping her treat insomnia, giving her nutritional supplements and so on. If she only considers an Nuan, Lu Yuang will inevitably feel lonely that her daughter will soon leave her when she grows up. And the prospective son-in-law will take into account social interactions and trivial matters in family life, which will make her feel that the family will not be neglected. If they separate, then she will have less psychological entanglements about her daughter growing up, falling in love, getting married, and so on. This was Lu Chang'an's consideration. Taking everything into consideration, Lu Chang'an looked calm and secretly praised himself for his wit. The small clay pots are covered with a net made of red plastic bags, giving it the flavor of a local handmade product. This style is also very popular among middle-aged women. Just after walking downstairs, Lu Chang'an took out his mobile phone and saw several messages sent to him by Zhu Huntang. "Why are you scolding me all of a sudden? Sheep. Your skin is itchy, do you want to be shocked? Zi lightning electric grilled old man, even Zhou Dongdong next door is crying." Lu Chang'an sighed and did not reply to her. He couldn't help but look up at the scattered lights on the top of Yuelu Mountain, and then walk towards Hexi. At this time, Junxia is still filled with the chill of winter and spring in the south. Even people who are warm and comfortable rarely go out for a walk. Even in the bustling business district, there are far fewer pedestrians in the periphery than in other seasons. Hot pot restaurants are doing a booming business, with red hot pot base, steaming steam, long chopsticks, fresh ingredients, and enthusiasm. The faces make up the desirable impression of the hot pot restaurant. I looked at the preserved eggs I was holding in my hand. I saw that chain hot pot restaurants almost didn't have the dish of preserved eggs. However, in fact, slicing preserved eggs and eating them in a rinse has a unique flavor. You might as well try it when you cook your own hot pot. It's best not to bring a plate of sliced preserved eggs to a party and use the hot pot at the party to cook them, otherwise everyone will look at you strangely. Many dishes and ways of eating them were regarded as dark cuisine before they were popularized. But without those who make dark cuisine, how could there be so many types of food now? When seeing other people's new ways of eating, they often exclaim dark cuisine. This kind of person is boring and dull. Stinky tofu, preserved eggs, tempeh, and many rancid fermented foods, which one was not regarded as a dark cuisine in the past. As long as a person is alive, he must dare to try any food that does not seem to poison himself. This is a spirit like a divine farmer and must be inherited. Lu Chang'an thought about all this, and walked to Hexi at a slightly faster pace than usual. When he passed by the water-catching monkey's factory, he walked up and took a few glances. Rows of big trees cut off some of the noise, and the city opposite the skyline seems much quieter, as if it were photographed into a film. As long as there are no poisonous insects and strange beasts, this place is really good, and it can be regarded as the flagship store of red soup spicy rooster noodles. A large row of red lanterns must be hung along the river, and the entire store must be hung with red peppers to deter people who can't eat spicy food and dazzle those who can eat spicy food. Lu Chang'an recalled the appearance of some wine shops in Zhuzhou Fenglai during the Song dynasty, and also recalled that people at that time were very particular about eating, which modern people simply cannot imagine. A rich lady like Zhu Huntang needs an entire kitchen team to serve a meal when she dines alone. There are dozens of varieties from pre-dinner snacks to main meals, desserts after meals, etc., which makes ordinary people feel that it is too luxurious. But among the powerful and wealthy businessmen of the same level in the Song dynasty, what did it count? Lu Chang'an remembers that Zhang Jun, the king of Qinghe County at that time, had a thick book of dishes for a banquet, and the food sharing system was implemented. Instead of using chopsticks to pick up the same dish at the same table, everyone ate their own dishes. There are more than 200 dishes on the main table, dozens of which are all kinds of famous dishes, and there are also dozens of candied fruitcakes. Professionals were responsible for the preparation and reception of the banquet, and the advance planning. The famous prostitutes invited to the banquet were basically the top prostitutes in the major brothels in the city, as many as dozens of people. There were also countless other singers, dancers, and maids at home. Whether you finish your meal or not is not a consideration at all. The pomp and circumstance should be high, you should have fun, and there should be more women. Fortunately, in today's era, although extravagant things are exposed from time to time, the national military strength is not the military strength of the Song dynasty. Then we need to prepare a few more dishes to spice up the scene. In addition to red soup, spicy rooster noodles, Joe Mama's brand big meat buns, Joe Dong Dong brand big chicken legs, Joe Mama's brand pig trotters, lard omelette, we also have to let Joe Shuling invent some food. She likes to invent anyway, Lu Chang'an decided confidently after recalling the past and thinking about the present. After a brief pause here, Lu Chang'an continued to walk forward and entered the neighborhoods near the university town. The old city of Hexi is located along the river bank. It has been demolished in recent years, but it still retains some of the old-time feeling. In the alleyway, Lu Chang'an walked over and saw a woman leaning against the corridor door and looking at him. Lu Chang'an remembered that there were only some more remote places in Junxia, such as the Hongxing market near the South Bus Station, where there were some street girls. "Handsome boy, would you like to go upstairs and play?" The woman made an OK gesture, and her index finger and thumb formed a circle. If Lu Chang'an put her finger into the circle, she would hold his finger tightly. Pull him upstairs and entertain him warmly. What a heartwarming scene, just like many years ago when everyone agreed that distant relatives are not as good as close neighbors, neighbors felt as close as one family. It's a pity that most people now live door to door with their neighbors and don't know who their neighbors are, unless there is a well-known gossip in the other person's family, such as the visit of an older woman, the mistress causing trouble, the quarrel between the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law, the husband's father-in-law removing ashes, and so on. Thank you, no. Lu Chang'an politely declined the other party's invitation and looked at her with a slightly raised corner of his mouth. If she was in the chicken industry, her skin would be too good, and the feeling of being healthy and energetic would be too strong. Of course, the word rooster was a temporary invention of Lu Chang'an. This chicken was originally the character for Phoenix, but he had Shang Guandandan in his family, who was a real phoenix, so Lu Chang'an was only willing to call others rooster. Although Shang Guandandan has always been difficult for Lu Chang'an to deal with, it is an internal conflict within the family. Externally, he is naturally 10,000% biased towards Shang Guandandan. This woman was probably an immortal and wanted to harm him. Lu Chang'an had rich life experience and would not be fooled like a young man who couldn't walk when he saw a beautiful woman. Soon I arrived at the Juyuan community, walked up the steps, and knocked on the door of An Nuan's house. The door of An Nuan's house did not open, but the door of Professor Ling's house opposite did. Hans Hizi stretched out his head and took a look. Seeing that it was Lu Chang'an, she walked out, gently closed the door of her house, and pressed her hand against the wall to look at Lu Chang'an. "Tomorrow is the Lantern Festival, will you come to your mother-in-law's house to give you yuanxiao dumplings?" "You actually know about yuanxiao toise?" Lu Chang'an was a little surprised. Nowadays, the glutinous rice balls eaten during the Lantern Festival in the south used to be called fuyanzi, and later they were called yuanxiao. In the past, people did not have the luxury to buy the glutinous rice balls made by merchants. Many people ground the rice into powder themselves, added water and kneaded it into dough. It is filled with red soup, steamed and cooked and turned into yuanxiao dumplings. This kind of dumplings are often huge in size. The yuanxiao dumplings made in some rough-style families are about as big as Zhou Dongdong's fist. They look completely different from the glutinous rice balls that are the size of grapes today. There's nothing strange about this. I often go to the mountains and countryside, and I've seen a lot of rural scenery, Hans Hizi boasted. But this is not yuanxiao dumpling. Who uses a clay pot to put that in? Lu Chang'an mentioned the clay pot. I carefully selected the duck eggs myself and made them into preserved eggs. I added water to the edge of the clay pot to seal them. After about 20 days, it's ready to eat. Most of it tastes delicious and tender, and the alkaline smell is almost non-existent. The pottery pot used by Lu Chang'an has a water tank around it. The water tank is a certain distance from the mouth of the top pot. The lid is like an upside-down bowl, and the edge fits at the bottom of the water tank. After adding water, it completely isolates the airflow inside and outside, creating a seal. Roll. This is a reflection of the wisdom of the great working people in life. The hot sauce, tempeh, and preserved eggs made by Lu Chang'an are all sealed in such clay pots, although its sealing effect is actually not as good as various modern food storage equipment. But in Lu Chang'an's opinion, chili sauce, tempeh, kimchi, and pickles would lose some flavor if they were not taken out of such clay pots. Give me two. Hans Hizi reached out towards Lu Chang'an. I told you it would take more than 20 days to eat. Now here it is. Can you hold the hatching egg? Lu Chang'an glanced at Hans Hizi's figure. I once knew a girl. In order to make her figure look plumper, she thought of a way to use duck eggs. At that time, bras were not that popular. Most girls wore vests and the like. She made 2 pockets on the chest of her vest and put a duck egg in one pocket. After doing this, her figure looked much better and attracted the attention of many boys. She was also very proud of it. But one day when she was dating a boy, she suddenly heard \U003C equals. Quack quack quack, the duck's cry turned out to be the 2 duck eggs in her breast pocket that hatched into ducklings. The atmosphere at that time was a bit awkward, but when the boy was picking out ducks, he touched the girl's breast. The 2 people already liked each other. The atmosphere changed in many layers for a while. The 2 hugged each other. What happened can be described, but not several things need to be described. Afterwards, the 2 of them raised the little ducks together as a testimony of their love. One was made into fruitwood roast duck, and the other was made into salted duck. Of course, there is no need to hatch a duck's egg with Hans Hizi's figure. She has always been a girl with a bit of voluptuousness. Wu Fan also took a fancy to this at the beginning. Girls with this kind of figure are generally not the fat and busty ones. Lu Chang'an, I noticed that you are speaking with the intention of choking to death? You are the duck, and you are the one who hatches the duck eggs. Hans Hizi scolded Lu Chang'an and turned around and went back. Who are you talking to? Professor Ling's voice came from the door. Hans Hizi had already closed the door, but Lu Chang'an could hear Professor Ling coming over to open the door, and then saw Professor Ling's face that was not too beautiful, but had the mature charm of a middle-aged intellectual woman. Professor Ling was wearing a set of thermal underwear, covering her slightly plump figure that had accumulated fat in the winter. Her face was full of energy, exuding the brilliance of a woman's confidence. Since that special experience, her physical health has been greatly improved. Some of the common minor problems of middle-aged women are gone, they are more confident and attractive, and their married life is much more harmonious, whether she likes him or not. Come in and sit down. Professor Ling waved with enthusiasm. To be honest, if Hans Hizi had found a boyfriend and came to her house to pay New Year's greetings, Professor Ling would never have seen Lu Chang'an so happy and willing to get close to her. I want to give an Nuan preserved eggs. I came in with this, but I didn't mean to give it as a gift. It's a bit embarrassing. Hans Hizi asked me for 2 just now, but I didn't give them to her. Lu Chang'an was polite and candid, which can avoid embarrassment. Look what you said, give it to her home, but I can eat it. Professor Ling didn't mind. Didn't you contact An Nuan? An Nuan accompanied Lao Lu to participate in the school's Lantern Festival event. Oh, then let me come in for a sip of tea. Professor Liu's tea is very good. I wonder how your skills are, Professor Ling. Lu Chang'an came in at the invitation and said while changing his shoes, so Professor Ling, you are still called Professor Lu behind your back. Lao Lu, she must be unhappy. I yelled that in front of her. Sometimes she didn't pay attention, and sometimes she got angry, Professor Ling said with a smile. After entering the door, he took a few steps back and watched Lu Chang'an come in. Another professor in this family is not at home, probably to attend the school's Lantern Festival event on behalf of his family. Isn't the Lantern Festival tomorrow? Everyone has a lot of things to do during the Lantern Festival tomorrow. Even if the Lantern Festival party is very exciting at the central and local levels, even if the school holds a Lantern Festival event tomorrow night, who would still be interested in participating, Professor Ling explained. It turns out that in recent years, Lu Chang'an has only watched the Spring Festival Gala. There are fewer and fewer old faces, familiar faces, and old artists with both virtue and art. They are all fresh faces that Lu Chang'an doesn't recognize, and he doesn't feel anything wrong with them. The artistic level, the choreography is getting more and more fancy, and there are many highlights, but it's just not interesting. The little singing girl from southwestern Hunan whom I met on the green train a few years ago has not been seen on stage either. In fact, many people at the previous Spring Festival Gala knew Lu Chang'an. Here, not only did Lu Chang'an know them, they also knew the former Lu Chang'an. This is the boss. Now the boss carried 20 preserved eggs to his girlfriend's house, but he still ran out of money, so he had to go to his girlfriend's best friend's house to sit there. Lu Gangzi, you're here. Hans Hizzi had just returned to the room and took off her coat. She walked to the living room and sat next to the electric heating table when she saw Lu Chang'an. What kind of nickname are you talking about? It's rude. Professor Ling brought out a fruit plate and snacks for Lu Chang'an to eat, while scolding Hans Hizzi. This is Lu Chang'an's first time visiting Hans Hizzi's home. The decoration pattern is a bit serious, which may be related to the personality and taste of the male owner. However, several huge plush toys on the sofa make it lively, and there are yoga mats placed by the window. And some dance equipment, leg press bars, ligament stretchers, and the like. Anyone with a little experience can tell at a glance that this is a family where the male owner is upright and serious, the female owner has self-pursuit and body management, and the daughter is lively and innocent. A satisfying feeling. It's just that every family has its own scriptures that are difficult to recite, so it's too arbitrary to draw conclusions based on clues. And Nuan and Professor Lu have gone. Why didn't you and Professor Ling go? Lu Chang'an didn't care about Hans Hizzi giving him a nickname. It wasn't the first time that Hans Hizzi screamed nonsense when she saw him. My mother's popularity has soared recently, but she still can't compare with Professor Lu. If Professor Lu doesn't go to the school's social activities between the old, middle-aged, and young people, a lot of people will think that the Lantern Festival activities are like being in a dimly lit place without that person. Boring. Hans Hizzi looked at Professor Ling and laughed. Professor Ling didn't care that Hans Hizzi was teasing her. He just pinched Hans Hizzi's cheeks that were a little baby fat. What Hans Hizzi said was indeed an objective fact. Then what are Nuan going to do? To eat. Lu Chang'an remembered the days of Professor Lu Jianxi. If some delicious food was prepared for some activities in the school, many school workers and teachers would also take their children there, or quietly put some in your bag and take it home. Materials were scarce in those days. There should be no need for Nuan to satisfy his greedy needs in this way. Lu Yuang's parents have always had a decent income, doting on their daughter, and treating Nuan very well, often giving red envelopes to Nuan. If there is any dancing session, you can use Nuan to block other people's invitations. Most middle-aged and elderly men have smells on their bodies, such as bad breath, cigarette smell, alcohol smell, and betel nut smell. Hans Hizzi said with understanding and disgust, "My dad smells like cigarette smoke. My mom even sleeps in a separate room with him. She can't stand it." "What are you talking about?" Professor Ling slapped Hans Hizzi, seemingly casually, knocking Hans Hizzi down on the sofa. As expected of the man who whipped his daughter with a bicycle chain. Ha ha. Lu Chang'an was very happy. Professor Ling's palm is like the unstoppable palm of Tathagata, just like when Professor Lu hit An Nuan. Lao Lu went to Linan to look for you last time, but he brought a bicycle chain with him. When I asked her when I came back, she actually didn't slap you. Professor Ling teased with a smile. If it were me, I would definitely whip you. After saying that, she glanced at Hans Hizzy again. She knew very well that An Nuan would dare to do this. If she had a boyfriend in the future, she would dare to do anything more. Hans Hizzy shrank her legs and twitched her body, as if she was still controlled by the bicycle chain. She touched her shoulders and sat up. These middle-aged women are really like twisting their waists to support the weak willows, but when they want to fight someone, that would be the same as a female boxer. Of course there is a reason why she doesn't slap me. If it were you, you might not do it. Lu Chang'an shook his head, just like puppies and kittens who like to show their teeth and show their claws, with fierce breasts and fierce breasts. These women are weak chickens. But always likes to hit people. What's the reason? Professor Ling sat over, leaning forward with sparkling eyes, involuntarily getting closer to Lu Chang'an and smelling his scent. It smells very good. If you smell it carefully, you will see that the smell is definitely different from those facial creams, but the feeling of comfort and vitality that it brings to people, as if the whole body feels comfortable after just smelling it, is indeed the same. Professor Ling actually knew that the reason why Lu Yuwang ran all the way over, lifted it up high, and put it down gently was because Lu Chang'an had some secrets to rejuvenating the skin. Who could slap such a man? It doesn't matter if he beats her to death, as long as he is willing to use means to make her rejuvenated. Seeing Professor Ling, the old hunter, looking at the little white rabbit in his eyes, Lu Chang'an regretted that he shouldn't have come in to sit there. I'm thirsty, Lu Chang'an had to say. He came in to drink tea. Professor Ling finally came to his senses and hurriedly went to make tea. He didn't intend to ask Lu Chang'an any more. Anyway, his skin condition was pretty good now, so he was not in a hurry. He still had to rely on Lao Lu for this matter. After all, Lao Lu was the mother-in-law. You are really a friend of middle-aged women. Hans Hizzy originally wanted to say that Lu Chang'an was the little lover of middle-aged women, but she felt as if Professor Ling's slap could fly out of thin air, so she changed it to a more euphemistic way of saying it. No, I am a friend of girls. I always like beautiful girls. Lu Chang'an shook his head. He said this to avoid ambiguity and misunderstanding. Although the real situation is that as long as they are good-looking, middle-aged women can also like them. Appreciate, praise, and be friends. He speaks his mind most of the time, but his excellent emotional intelligence allows him to know that sometimes he has to be less honest. Even if he says that he just likes to be friends with good-looking middle-aged women, others will suspect that he has ulterior motives. I will always like beautiful girls. Hans Hizzy chuckled twice, and then kicked Lu Chang'an under the electric heating table in a depressed tone. I have liked An Nuan for so many years, but you ended up stealing my love from her. The words are a joke, but the emotions inside are a bit real. My best friend who grew up together now has a boyfriend. It is impossible to say that it is just pure blessing and happiness. It is always a bit awkward and unaccustomed. My best friend who I used to date at any time now has to consider whether she will be with her boyfriend from time to time. Will she dislike him for being a light bulb? Many situations are different. The most disturbing thing is that when Wu Fan pursued her and followed her all the way to Junxia, she was still a little proud of herself as a girl. Hans Hizzy also wanted to show off to An Nuan that someone was pursuing her like this. The results of it? Of course, Hans Hizzy would not blame An Nuan in any case. It was all Lu Chang'an's fault. Wu Fan, who could have behaved like a normal person, looked like a pervert under Lu Chang'an's background. Where's your Wu Fan? Lu Chang'an didn't pick up any of the pots. My family, I have nothing to do with him, Hans Hizzy said depressedly. After Wu Fan returned to Zonghai, it was as if he was a different person. He would stand downstairs at Zonghai's Beilong International Financial Center whenever he had nothing to do. He gritted his teeth and looked at it, mumbling some middle-class words. And he also likes to learn your way of speaking and your attitude towards people and things. Lu Chang'an asked worriedly, did you get beaten? Ha, you still know? Can you not get beaten? Hans Hizi looked at Lu Chang'an in surprise. Lu Chang'an's aggressive, king of the king style of speaking and acting was so natural that there was no trace of it. Hans Hizi always thought that he didn't know him. There is a problem with this. Do I still know? However, this has nothing to do with me. Lu Chang'an shook his head. He asked back. Of course, he didn't mean that he thought there was something wrong with his words and deeds, but that others should not learn from him. Everyone's social habits, the way he speaks, his attitude in doing things, and how he interacts with others are all determined by his living environment, personal qualities, and psychological and physiological state. Forcing someone to behave in a way that is not suitable for their situation will of course conflict with reality. Yeah, you are awesome, you are arrogant, and you are cool. If others imitate you, they will be stupid, mentally retarded, and embarrassed. In fact, Hans Hizi agreed with what Lu Chang'an said, but she didn't want to agree with him. Hans Hizi wanted to be a best friend who watched indifferently. And Nuan, the licking dog, made suggestions and looked at Lu Chang'an as a bystander, so as to prevent Nuan from getting caught up in it and becoming too obsessed with Lu Chang'an and completely losing all aspects of judgment and a normal three-dimensional perspective on the problem. No, I am low-key and humble, polite, and gentle. Lu Chang'an shook his head. Hans Hizi is not as good at talking as Li Hongfang, nor does he have the vision of Li Hongfang. After all, Hans Hizi is still young and does not have the experience and rational and emotional control of a mature woman like Li Hongfang. Ability. Hans Hizi clicked her tongue and sighed, she is indeed Lu Chang'an. At this time, Professor Ling made tea and brought it over to invite Lu Chang'an to drink tea. Lu Chang'an tasted it and found that the aroma was a little worse than Professor Liu's, but the difference was not big. He put down the cup and saw a card on the electric heating table. It turned out to be the promotion card of the women's club that Lu Chang'an wanted to investigate. It said that it would be renovated and introduce new beauty and health concepts. Lao Lu and I have been to this hair shop before, and it has always been good for hair care. The beauty and health section feels a bit like a copycat or a small workshop. Now it is said that the boss has been changed, large investments have been introduced, and it has become a success. The flagship brand of Hexi Beauty and Health Care. Professor Ling introduced it when he saw Lu Chang'an's attention focused on that card. Don't go there recently. Since the last incident, your skin and health are in the most balanced and perfect period. If you do any beauty and health regimen, it will destroy this balance. This is the so-called going too far and not doing enough. Lu Chang'an warned that it was obvious that the owner of this health club had changed. The current owner might not be a human being, or it might be related to things that were not human beings. Professor Ling nodded timidly, we were about to give it a try. Fortunately, you came here today. Professor Ling has deep faith in Lu Chang'an. In terms of physical health management and health preservation, Lu Chang'an is definitely the most authoritative existence in Professor Ling's heart. He can even make people rejuvenate and rejuvenate. Other people's beauty and health care are indispensable. What does it mean to him? Mom, why do you take it so seriously when he says it? Hans Hizi looked at Professor Ling suspiciously, and then turned to Lu Chang'an. Hans Hizi only heard in the afternoon that Professor Ling said that he was going to experience it and also planned to apply for a card. What do you know? Professor Ling glared at Hans Hizi. Hans Hizi knew which facial creams had good beautification effects, but Professor Ling and Lu Yuwang did not tell Hans Hizi what happened. Hans Hizi took out her mobile phone in a depressed manner. Hey, when guests come to the house and she can't get in the conversation, she just plays with her mobile phone. She had already told Nuan about Lu Chang'an's arrival. This is the strangest thing about Lu Chang'an. He didn't seem to mind at all that he would be in vain. It seemed that if An Nuan really came and An Nuan wasn't at home, he would just go home. He came to find his girlfriend and didn't even contact her in advance, and he didn't do this to surprise An Nuan. After An Nuan received the message, she took Professor Lu, who had finally gotten rid of the entanglement of the old men, to go home. In fact, there are some relatively young men in the outer circle of the old men. Their ages are actually not very compatible with Professor Lu. But men are such creatures. Even their superiors are chasing beauties, so they are naturally interested in them. Now they couldn't help but feel a little regretful. Professor Lu seemed to be ready to leave. However, the superiors and seniors were talking to Professor Lu just now, and it was not their turn to intervene and express themselves to attract Professor Liu's attention. As a result, Professor Lu is about to leave now. It seems that he still needs to continue to work hard to improve himself. Just like some people work hard just to prevent others from turning their plates when they are picking up food. They hope that they will not have to wait behind others in the future. Thinking about whether Professor Lu still has time for himself. They had no choice but to focus on Professor Liu's back, and couldn't help but sigh, how could there be such a woman with such charm and figure that makes people dream of it like the goddess of Wushan, real existence and not in a dream? Looking at Professor Liu's back, of course you will also see An Nuan's back. Although this beautiful girl is slightly obscured by Professor Lu here, she is still extremely eye-catching, especially the feeling of youth and vitality. The girlish aura that pervaded from top to bottom attracted many admiring glances. Some far-sighted uncles and aunts did not focus on Professor Lu, but tried to let An Nuan get to know their little boy. An Nuan and Professor Lu got into the car. Lu Yuang changed his shoes, walked around the shop, and said with some dissatisfaction, I now find that this car has a lot of problems. Look at this mat, it's too hard. Influences me to step on the accelerator. The mat is too hard, preventing you from stepping on the accelerator? What's more, if the mat is not good, what's wrong with turning off the car? And Nuan felt a familiar feeling. Professor Lu had a good reason to buy a new sweeping robot, so she broke the vacuum cleaner, even though no one objected or tried to stop her from buying a sweeping robot. As a result, the sweeping robot once poured porridge on the floor and covered the entire living room. Later, Professor Lu had to buy an ordinary mop and deal with it himself. You can change your car if you want. I won't say anything, I don't need you to save me a dowry. You can spend the money you earn how you want. Oh, to be precise, your father bought it for you. Don't mind what I think about the money for the car, and Nuan gently advised. Sometimes a mother's mentality is just like that of a child, and you have to coax her while she's pretending. The dowry still needs to be prepared. Besides, if you graduate and enter the society, don't you want your family to provide some capital? Lu Yuang said, a little embarrassed. Lu Chang'an has a house. Even if Lu Chang'an doesn't have a house, the rent and housing prices in Juncha are not high. You don't have to worry about it. We can do it ourselves, and Nuan said disapprovingly. It wasn't that he wasn't beaten by reality or was too naive, but he was careful. After carefully looking at the reasons why many graduate couples broke up, I found that it did not exist between myself and Lu Chang'an. If Lu Chang'an breaks up with him in the future, he will just cry. Tisk, tisk, how old are you? I have considered everything. When you say this, can you be a little more coy, shy, and hum? So direct, not reserved at all. Lu Yuang was actually very satisfied in his heart. Yes, this is a good daughter with upright values that I have worked hard to cultivate, but I usually have a habit of attacking An Nuan, and now I have to suppress her momentum. I can't let her be too independent, and it will be easy for her to not trust her mother. Don't take your mother seriously, think about problems in the future, and habitually forget your mother's feelings and opinions. Professor Lu, you're so annoying. If I try to be more coy, you'll accuse me of being pretentious, and your skin will get goosebumps when you look at me. And Nuan knew Lu Yuang's routine well and looked at her phone again. I am 19 this year and 20 next year. 20 is the legal age for marriage, so this is the age when the country reminds me to start thinking about it. It is very appropriate to consider these. And Nuan is a little ready to make a move. Nowadays, college students seem to be able to get married while still in school. Maybe Lu Chang'an didn't agree. After all, there were many flowers in Hunan Dake that peeled off their petals and exposed their pistils, waiting for him, the little bee, to pick them, roll in the powder at the heart of the pistils, and be covered with nectar. Lu Chang'an once compared himself to bees. Well, it seems that he compared himself to flowers. Regardless, it was also his fault to let Nuan remember the business trip. I can't help but ask Lu Chang'an to accompany me to the auto show tomorrow. Will you go? Lu Yuang asked Nuan symbolically. Lu Yuang knew Nuan's thoughts and always felt embarrassed and depressed. As a clean and single woman, she was always suspected and wary of her daughter, who asked her to stay away from her boyfriend. Is this ridiculous? Thinking of this, before Nuan could say anything, Lu Yuang pinched Nuan hard. You drive well, why are you pinching me all of a sudden? Nuan was in pain. Of course I'm going to go. I need to give some opinions and suggestions when my family buys a car. When I buy a new car, I will drive this car for you. Lu Yuang smiled happily when he saw Nuan's pained expression. The child I raise at home just likes to pinch her sometimes and watch her howl. Nuan immediately changed her expression and looked at Lu Yuang in surprise. I thought you would sell it to get some blood. How long ago did I buy this car? It would be a huge loss to sell it. Lu Yuang shook his head. Then I don't have to wait for the bus. It's much more convenient. I can go to the School of Biology at any time. Bai Hui's advantage of being close to the water is almost gone. And as long as I drive there for the first time, I encounter Bai Hui. She knew I would attack suddenly, so she didn't go to the biology college so boldly to get an abortion. Nuan proudly said proudly. Lu Yuang didn't expect this. For Nuan, the emotional car was just a tool to chase the mistress. But why does Nuan Lao compete with his high school classmates? What does Lu Chang'an want to do with that Bai Fen? Didn't he hook up long ago? I had a few chats with Huang Shan in the group of classmates during the Chinese New Year. Huang Shan knew that there had been rumors in high school that Lu Chang'an liked Bai Hui. Isn't it all a misunderstanding? Lu Yuang also watched the video of Lu Chang'an's confession in the KTV. Everyone thought he was going to confess to Bai Hui, but it turned out to be Nuan. At most, Bai Hui is a little bit compared to Nuan, but would it be embarrassing if she went after Lu Chang'an now? My high school classmate Bai Hui is just an ordinary girl, not from the same college. That Zhu Huntang is a classmate of Lu Chang'an and they see each other every day. She probably spends much more time with Lu Chang'an than you, a real girlfriend. Instead of being wary of Zhu Huntang, keep an eye on Bai Hui. Isn't it because her breasts are bigger than hers? Lu Yuang shook his head. There was really nothing a stupid little girl could do. Zhu Huntang has always been very high profile in the school. A teacher is a profession that has a lot of time and occasions for gossip. Therefore, Lu Yuang heard a lot about Zhu Huntang and also saw some photos of Zhu Huntang circulated by students. What a beautiful and temperamental rich lady. Men have basically no resistance to beautiful girls with this kind of personality. Women also like to be such little princesses, and of course they are most wary of such little princesses appearing in front of their boyfriends. It's good for Nuan. I don't know where the confidence comes from. He actually doesn't take Zhu Huntang seriously and stares at Bai Hui, who is at best the girl next door type compared to Zhu Huntang. Lu Yuang didn't want to talk to her so much. This girl was so stubborn that it would be useless to say anything. He also said that he was aborted. After all, he was also your high school classmate. Lu Yuang had no choice but to hit her at random. Although her children could be hit and pinched at will, She really had to understand some dead truths. Sometimes parents have no idea what to do. Let me tell you, and Nuan lowered her voice, she is very scheming. In order to keep an eye on me and study me, she opened a yellow diamond noble, so that when she comes to wander around my space, she will not stay at all. Access to records. Then how do you know that she comes to your space to stare at you and study you? Lu Yuwang said disapprovingly. After speaking, he looked at An Nuan and his beloved daughter Amoruomu suspiciously. You stinky girl, you yourself, that's what you do, right? You've been guarding her like this. If you hadn't done this, I wouldn't have believed you were An Nuan. An Nuan's face turned red and she hesitated for a moment, refusing to continue talking about the matter. I'm really immortal. Author, Chulian Kui Kan Ru Xiahua. Chapter 804. The car drove outside the Orange Garden community. Lu Yuwang slowly stopped the car with a thoughtful expression on his face. An Nuan frowned. If her mother was not thinking about her professional field, but when she was thinking about other issues, An Nuan would always have the urge to interfere with her whenever she showed such an expression. But she also knew that Professor Liu's expression of seriously thinking about random things could always hit a man's heart unintentionally. The school Weibo would sometimes post photos of Lu Yuwang with this expression, as shown below. A Hunan University student who screams indiscriminately. I have something to tell you, but don't tell Lu Chang. And Lu Yuwang held the operating lever and rubbed it, then patted it gently and turned to look at An Nuan. An Nuan was a little wary and looked at Lu Yuwang with piercing eyes. Could it be that she was finally going to reveal her feelings and have a private conversation between mother and daughter? This is entirely possible. After all, the family atmosphere is relatively open and casual. Mother and daughter basically talk about everything. Although Lu Yuwang is often as vicious as ordinary parents, he has never been hysterical and forced. It gave An Nuan a feeling of spiritual resistance and parental honesty. Do you still remember the time when I turned into a little girl? Lu Yuwang had a slight aftertaste. At that time, he and An Nuan looked exactly the same. It was a pity that he didn't play tricks on people much. The only time he tried to play tricks on Lu Chang'an was directly cracked by him, which was not interesting at all. An Nuan nodded. She wanted to say that it was a pity that she didn't pretend to be An Nuan to contact Lu Chang'an when she became a little girl. At that time, Lu Chang'an said that if I continued to eat those facial creams, I would probably become aging due to excessive consumption of cell vitality. In fact, he was probably lying to me. Lu Yuwang said it was a guess, but the expression on his face was very determined. She was completely. It was confirmed that the source of the evidence was of course the little girl Shang Guandandan. You still want to eat? And Nuan glared at her mother. Why are you so disobedient? A person in his 30s or 40s has no self-discipline, like a child all day long. He still wants to be secretive when being controlled. He really refuses to change despite repeated admonitions. I want to eat. No, I mean, eating most of that food can make you rejuvenate and stay youthful for a long time, instead of getting old, as he said. Of course Lu Yuwang wants to eat, but now he is brave, not big enough. After all, when Lu Chang'an was angry, it still made Lu Yuwang's feel a little embarrassed. He didn't take her as his mother-in-law seriously at all. Once she bothered him again, he might go too far. Last time he just threw her into the swimming pool and froze her into a black-bone chicken, made her drink poison-like drinks, made her run dozens of kilometers, do thousands of push-ups. Wait, what is this just? This has gone too far. This is not necessarily Lu Chang'an's bottom line. He will definitely go too far. Next time, in order to scare her, he might actually find a way to turn her into an old woman. Thinking of this, Lu Yuwang shuddered in fear. Every time he thought about his age now, it was as painful as a dull knife cutting flesh. He would directly turn into an old woman. He would probably die just by looking at the wrinkles on his face in the mirror. You are really, I don't know what to say about you. Lu Chang'an must have his reasons for not letting you do this. Will he still harm you? If there are really only benefits, will he not let you eat it? You're 37, can you be more mature? Lu Chang'an is Lu Chang'an, he is not my grandpa, and he will not treat you like a baby, and Nuan was fuming, thinking of things that would not make people worry every day. If she eats facial cream again and something happens again, Lu Chang'an will have to take care of her again, wipe her butt, and be busy all day long with all the mess she made, so he will have more time to spend with her. Listen to what I have to say. Lu Yuang raised his hand and hit Nuan several times. This damn girl has always only considered things from Lu Chang'an's point of view. Her elbow has been turned so hard that it cannot be reset. That's what the hell Lu Chang'an is like. Lu Chang'an's mother, and Nuan opened her mouth slightly. What are you talking about? Lu Chang'an is an orphan. I only know that his father is Lu Jianxi. You also know that he is a professor at Hunan University, but I have never heard of it. Doesn't he have a mother? Did he pop out of a stone, or was he an alien or a clone? Lu Yuang saw that Nuan calmed down a little, and continued to lower his voice and said, I went to his house 2 days ago. Why did you go to his house? When I didn't know. Lu Yuang slapped Nuan again, and then said, I went to his house and discovered the truth. Lu Chang'an's mother is the so-called little girl who lives in his house. She accidentally revealed that she is Lu Chang'an's mom. Zhou Dongdong's mother, Zhou Shuling, also proved this unintentionally. I discovered them all accidentally. Mom, you used so many unintentional words to try to increase the credibility of your words. It also shows that this is just what you want me to believe, but it may not be the truth. And Nuan analyzed calmly, and her mother still understood it very well. Yes, Professor Lu often only recited the original poems, and other times what he said was too subjective. As for Lu Chang'an's mother being a little girl, it sounds ridiculous at first, but considering that I have witnessed Lu Yuang transforming into a girl, it is not too unbelievable. It's just that these words coming from Lu Yuang's mouth are more difficult for Nuan to believe, because this is probably Lu Yuang's excuse for wanting to eat facial cream again. Lu Chang'an has already warned Lu Yuang, but if he is so obedient, he is no longer Professor Lu. Only Nuan is Lu Chang'an's good baby. I'm not telling you to get you to support me in eating facial cream again, Lu Yuang said seriously. I have eaten more salt than you have eaten rice. There may be some serious issues involved. Professor Liu's experience at Hunan University may have something to do with this. When we were at the Park Hyatt in Jinbei Mountain, your grandpa was chatting with that so-and-so. Wasn't he criticizing someone for doing some gene-edited babies? What Professor Liu was doing, there should be similar social science ethical controversies and unknown risks. Can this be the same? Is there any ethical controversy in making people younger? There may be unknown risks, and Nuan also reminded Lu Yuang with a serious expression, unknown risks, unknown risks. Lu Chang'an won't let it if you eat again, it's probably because of unknown risks, so remember it. In short, Lu Chang'an will not take the initiative to tell others about the little mother at home. When you go to his house to play, you will know through observation. Lu Yuang didn't say much more. Anyway, she told Nuan about this. The thing is, Nuan doesn't need to support him in taking facial cream. Nuan nodded dubiously. Observation still needs to be observed, but Nuan would not pester Lu Chang'an about something that Lu Chang'an did not want to talk about. Probably only Baifen and Qinyanan like to be indiscriminate. Getting to the bottom of it, seriously, that's what they are. After Lu Yuang finished speaking, he continued to drive into the community, then put on high heels and got out of the car with Nuan, stood in front of his own house, and knocked on Professor Ling's door first. Hans Hizi opened the door, followed by Lu Chang'an, who was carrying a small clay pot. He smiled the moment he saw Nuan. Nuan also smiled. Lu Yuang took a look, but couldn't help but feel a little relieved in her heart. The moment Lu Chang'an saw An Nuan, that smile and that look in his eyes showed that he really liked someone. This is what you should do when you see someone you like. In fact, whether you have her or him in your heart can really be seen the moment they meet each other. If this is not the case, then don't deceive yourself, face reality, analyze and accept the conclusion rationally. I'm just here, why don't I bring any gifts? Lu Yuwang looked at the clay pot in Lu Chang'an's hand and said with a smile. Did you say it was for your family? Chang'an, put it down, put it down. Professor Ling's voice came from behind before anyone came out. Maybe it's a clay pot of facial cream. Lu Yuwang tempted Professor Ling. Lu Chang'an shuddered, this was too much. It's a preserved egg. Your son-in-law made preserved eggs because he was thinking about you too, but he envies me so much, Professor Ling said with some sourness. I'm going to buy preserved eggs. Hans Hizhi put on her shoes and walked out the door. Come and play. An Nuan took Hans Hizhi's hand. Of course Hans Hizhi didn't really want to buy preserved eggs, she just came to An Nuan's house to play. Lu Chang'an entered the house carrying a small clay pot and handed it to Lu Yuwang. Professor Lu, I made some preserved eggs today and picked 20. With the weather now, they will be ready to eat in more than 20 days. I'm interested. Lu Yu smiled happily. This was not an expensive gift, but she felt that there were very few people who could personally make things and give gifts. For a delicate woman like Professor Lu who pays attention to the interest in life and sense of ritual, this is the thing that pleases her the most. Of course, if it's a clay pot of facial cream, even if it's an assembly line product, that's great. Lu Chang'an, are you making midnight snack today? Hans Hizhi took An Nuan's hand and looked at Lu Chang'an expectantly. Greedy An Nuan pinched Hans Hizhi's butt, indicating that she had put on a lot of meat during the winter vacation, and she still only wanted to eat. Well, what do you want to eat? Lu Chang'an nodded. Before Hans Hizhi left An Nuan's house tonight, he didn't really want to offend Hans Hizhi. Hans Hizhi had caused trouble in the past, such as sleeping with An Nuan at night, or dragging An Nuan with her. Nuan does some things that Lu Chang'an can't get involved with. During the Chinese New Year, there are usually banquets and dinners. In this case, I am still looking forward to the dinner, which is Lu Chang'an's cooking skills. Lu Yuwang put the small clay pot in the cupboard, and then walked out with a happy face. Chang'an and Nuan and I didn't actually eat at night. We just had some drinks at the reception we just attended at school, so we were really a little hungry. We can make egg fried rice to send them off later. And Nuan said dissatisfied, you are too rude. Is Lu Chang'an here to give you orders? How can you let him work as soon as he walks in? This feels bad. Hans Hizhi kicked An Nuan's calf. Male Gobe, when a woman is in love, shouldn't she treat her boyfriend as a human being? Probably not, it was probably only An Nuan like this. Hans Hizhi thought for a moment. She had someone in love in her dormitory, and she didn't dote on her boyfriend so much, but she was happy to boss her boyfriend around for others to see. I can do it. Even if Chang'an makes egg fried rice, it's very delicious. Lu Yuwang nodded gently in agreement. And Nuan also nodded, and Hans Hizhi was not looking forward to it. It seemed that she only had egg fried rice, so Hans Hizhi went home and took some of her treasured spicy radish strips to eat with her meal. Lu Chang'an started cooking. He first steamed the oily residue until it was slightly soft, added pork belly, stir-fried a portion of vegetables with green peppers, then removed the green peppers, put the oily residue and pork belly into egg fried rice, stir-fried, and brought out a pot. Hans Hizhi ate a bowl of vegetables, not even touching her favorite spicy radish strips, because the sour and spicy taste of spicy radish heads would affect the enjoyment of Lu Chang'an's egg fried rice for her taste buds. The egg fried rice made by Lu Chang'an is so delicious. Why? Hans Hizhi finished eating, still not satisfied, and sniffed again. Fortunately, she didn't have a boyfriend. If she had a boyfriend, wouldn't she always compare it with Lu Chang'an? That would be very frustrating for a person. I'll clean it up. Lu Yuwang was a virtuous woman. She stood up and put away the dishes and said gently, Nuan Nuan, you and Chang and go for a walk to digest. Hans Hizzy didn't want to go for a walk, but sat on the sofa with a spicy radish stick in her mouth. She was fed by Lu Chang'an today, so she didn't want to be a light bulb and waste the time of the young couple's private meeting. Lu Chang'an repeated what he had told Professor Ling not to go to the Women's Beauty and Health Club, and then took An Nuan out for a walk. My hands are cold, and Nuan tilted her head and looked at Lu Chang'an with a pitiful pout. Lu Chang'an held her hand, and she laughed again. The other hand was curled up in her sleeve and dangling, bouncing, and following Lu Chang'an's steps. My mom said we would go to the car show together tomorrow. Do you remember this? Yeah, remember. You care so much about my mother's affairs. Because I was thinking that since we are going to the car show together tomorrow, then I have a reason to stay here tonight, and I want to sleep with you. And Nuan paused for a moment, her pink cheeks flushed warmly in the cold wind, and she hit Lu Chang'an with her small hand clenched into a fist in her sleeve. Dirty, I have been thinking about this all day. Isn't this normal? I told you before the college entrance examination that when people are young, they admire their parents, and when they are lustful, they admire Shaoi. You said it yourself, I am the one who admires Shaoi when he is lustful, Lu Chang'an recalled, showing a slight smile. It's disgusting. At that time, you actually said that you wanted to rub my chest to cure the swelling in my chest caused by the blocked blood vessels caused by the fever, and Nuan's smile became sweeter. Tell me, did you have evil intentions towards me at that time? No, you had nothing at that time, so I think the swelling in your chest is probably due to illness, Lu Chang'an explained honestly. And Nuan broke away from his hand angrily, jumped on Lu Chang'an's back, hugged his neck and shook him. What nonsense are you talking about? You dare to say that I didn't? Tonight, I will sleep with Funny. Huh? Have I actually been fooled by funny people? The development and progress of human civilization is indeed interesting. Who would have thought that they would be fooled by an emoticon? But when it comes to emoticons widely used in social media, I think of a movie University in a Weird City. Lu Chang'an walked forward steadily, holding An Nuan's little volleyball to prevent her from shaking her head. When she tried to suppress Lu Chang'an very fiercely, she threw herself to the ground. What movie? The name doesn't look good. After An Nuan finished speaking, she lowered her head to bite Lu Chang'an. Since he said he didn't have it, he wouldn't be able to see what he didn't have tonight. She would sleep with her clothes on. This movie is about a future city divided into offline areas and online areas. A girl passed the online area through hard study, and then fell in love with a rich second generation. She originally wanted to establish a relationship with him, but was rejected. The rich second generation said that everyone in the online area is popular for chatting online. So this girl chatted with this rich second generation all night. When An Nuan heard what seemed to be the story of the scheming girl, his ears suddenly became interested. She bit his ear and said, "What next?" She likes to listen to this kind of story, because maybe she can learn something from this kind of story. It's not that she wants to learn, but knowing yourself and the enemy is a winning battle. If you want to defeat the enemy, you must first understand the enemy. After a while she found out that she was pregnant, but since she broke up with her ex-boyfriend, she had not applauded for love with others. Later she went for a checkup and found that she was pregnant with an emoticon, and this emoticon was the second generation of rich people. I sent it to her while chatting with her, so she got pregnant. Lu Chang'an couldn't help but think of all the stupid and naive expressions on An Nuan's phone. If she was pregnant with such a child, it would be someone like Zhu Huntang who could barely do it. Except some. And Nuan couldn't help laughing, because she couldn't help but think about it. If she and Lu Chang'an had a child in the future, it would be over if they found out that they were funny at birth. But this girl was scheming after all. She quickly sent the emoticon back to the rich second generation from her mobile phone, and then quickly blocked him so that he could not send it back to her. Later, The rich second generation I gave birth to this emoticon. Lu Chang'an also laughed after saying this. Hearing En Nuan's laughter, he also knew that En Nuan was probably thinking of a story related to her own. Then the task of giving birth to Liaziaji will be left to you, En Nuan imitated the little girl's cute voice and said sweetly. How artificial, how cute. Lu Chang'an's ears felt numb and comfortable listening to it. En Nuan didn't jump off Lu Chang'an's back again, and the two of them walked, as long as they walked alone. I wonder if you are pregnant, Lu Chang'an asked. En Nuan slapped Lu Chang'an on the shoulder and said coquettishly, whose stomach can carry a child? Makes sense. Lu Chang'an walked with En Nuan on his back, slowly walked to the women's beauty club, and watched from a distance. En Nuan was about to ask Lu Chang'an what he was looking at. When he looked at it carefully, he unexpectedly found that he could see very clearly. My eyesight has become better. I usually don't pay much attention to it. Today, when I stared at a place at night, my eyes suddenly adjusted clearly as if they were automatically zooming. Will you take me to do my hair? En Nuan chuckled. No, don't come here to get your hair done in the future, but this area has been renovated. It seems that it will no longer engage in hairdressing business and focus on women's beauty and healthcare. Lu Chang'an looked at it and found that it was actually quite profitable to do hair, otherwise the streets and alleys wouldn't have it. There are so many places to get your hair done. It's just that this store has been renovated and the owner has changed. Maybe the new owner is not so interested in money, but still wants women to enter the store, so some traditional items have been retained. Why do you choose to retain the traditional item of beauty and health care instead of hair care? When choosing a project, anyone would choose content that they are familiar with and good at, right? In other words, the new boss is better at giving women beauty and health care, such as using essence energy to irrigate. Lu Chang'an thought about the water monkey, the woman in white related to the water monkey, and the essence irrigation, and after a little thought, he connected these keywords together. But if you just use the essence to irrigate women for beauty and health, there seems to be no problem, and Lu Chang'an will not meddle in other people's business, but he must understand that if all the alien beasts come to the city to open such a shop, so there are so many alien beasts in this world that they have begun to infiltrate human society, unlike in the ancient mythological era, where each occupied the mountain as king and entrenched themselves in their own territory. No wonder you told my mother not to come here when I went out just now. En Nuan nodded. Are you dissatisfied that the hair I did here last time didn't look good, so you fooled her into saying that doing beauty and health care will destroy the vitality of cells? Balance. You look good even if you have a bald head, Lu Chang'an said truthfully. This place probably provides special services to women. En Nuan was surprised and curious, it was so obscene. She was curious, of course, either to want to go to these places, or she found it incredible, what kind of women would patronize such places, what kind of experiences they had, or what kind of weird men would work in such places.